before you thought. Just 'cause I'm a millionaire, try to pay you off, but you don't really care. Wish I could see you straight through ya, right underneath everything and a fool ya. Shoot straight, not blank, some kind of hell. Go round and round in a carousel. You got me dizzy, tripping, falling on the ground, yeah. You're a blank page, I'm a white canvas. Who knows what we could be together? Wet paint caught you red-handed. Who knows if this'll be forever? Run me under water curves. Okay, let me be candid. This won't be forever. Maybe this is love, maybe melodrama. Maybe you're the one or you're back karma. Well, you could be my vice, yeah. All that I need, everything I like, yeah. Shoot straight, no blank, some kind of hell. Go round and round in a carousel. You got me dizzy, tripping, falling on the ground. Oh, you're a blank page, I'm a white canvas. Who knows what we could be together? Wet paint caught you red-handed. Who knows if this'll be forever? Run me under water curves. Okay, let me be candid. This won't be forever. No high, no chase. Can't say I never was honest. Lights on, no games, I know I'll win. Oh, you're a blank page, I'm a white canvas. Who knows what we could be together? Wet paint caught you red-handed. Who knows if this'll be forever? Run me under water curves. Okay, let me be candid. This won't be forever.
Welcome everyone to Runeterra Academy's freshman semifinals. Tonight we have Kingpin Gaming versus Big Duck Entourage Druid. My name is Gigatron. I'm going to be your play-by-play caster tonight, and I am joined tonight by Wee Wizard, who will be your color caster. How you doing, bud?
Doing pretty good. I'm excited for this best of five. We got two banger teams. I've cast both of these teams before, and both Kingpin and Big Duck are pretty phenomenal teams, I would say, for their elo bracket.
They look pretty good, especially since I'm coming from sophomore league. I'm looking at these guys, and I see that they're performing actually very well, surprisingly compared to, you know, I looked at some of the other players and I was like, oh, well, maybe not, but especially when I think you mentioned it before we jumped on, they have two bronze players there over for Kingpin.
Yep, and despite that, they have been performing pretty well, right? They still are, second seed, so definitely don't discount them just for their rank. And despite that, we do see some familiar faces. Young rich boy, primarily on the side of Kingpin, has been top of the leaderboards in terms of role proficiency. But draft has been started, so let's jump into it.
And I know we have a lot of good bands.
Yeah. I was gonna mention the misfortune, but it's banned out right away, so we don't have to dwell on it too much.
No Curse of the Sand Mummy. That's perfectly fine. Oh, I had to just say it. I had to say it. We're done.
Bang, bang, boom. Misfortune and Mumu out. Let's get on with the normal show.
Exactly. We do see the Graves, obviously a popular, pick in the top lane, or just any solo lane, it seems like these days. But we're going to start with a Galio from Kingpin.
Followed by Zyra Aphelios. What do you think of Aphelios? You usually think of it paired with something like Thresh, not typically something like Zyra. What do you think about that?
You make a good point with that. But I think it could work. As much as someone as Aphelios, who probably needs someone that's a little more CC, a little more tank heavy and everything like that, you still have a high burst from Zyra. So I think that could work from that aspect. Because you still have a root, you still have a knock-up, you can still land a lot of your abilities between the two gun forms with Aphelios. So I can see it working, but we'll definitely have to see how it plays out, especially into what is most likely the Galio.
Very nice indeed. And, Vayne Volibear finishing out the first round of drafting from the side of Kingpin. That makes me think that the Galio could be support for this Vayne. However, it still could be, it's Anivia?
There's Anivia for the third pick there.
Oh, not a vote. I was excited because I was hoping we were going to get to see the new Prestige skin because it looks really, really sick.
Oh, yeah.
But unfortunately not. Anivia, I do like the pick. Anivia, I would say one of the stronger sort of pure control mages because she combines the then is okay.
Vanguard.
Little bit kerfuffle going on in the drafting here. Who's there? Oh wait, it is. Big Duck picked Anivia. That's what you're saying.
Big Duck picked Anivia, yes.
Okay, I thought you meant the Volibear was Anivia. Okay, so we do still see the Volibear. I like it.
Yeah, no, the Volley definitely have that.
All right, so, but from the side of Big Duck Entourage having that Anivia, they have huge AP threat with this Zyra Anivia, so you can sort of lean into the sort of AD side with this Aphelios, and probably jungle top going to be going AD as well, and probably going to be double Leandries, right? So having that double burn can be so impactful in these big team fights from the side of Big Duck Entourage.
Yeah, especially when you have two tanks like Galio and Volibear, you'll be able to shred through them a little bit better. You have Aphelios who does have really good burst. Looks like Trundle is going to be the band right here. So, I don't know. Chalk it up and redo a draft real fast here and pick all these things real quick. But up to them, of course. Oh, Rammus. Interesting. Okay.
I guess it's to avoid a Vayne counter, but I feel like Vayne should shred Rammus pretty easily just with the health true damage. But maybe they're worried about the CC as well. But Kingpin, they still have some flexibility with this draft, right? Galio can be mid support, Volibear can be top or jungle. So they haven't really locked down anything except for this Vayne. So that is, I think, pretty solid in terms of having a lot of options in your draft compared to Big Dick Entourage, where everything is locked into place. You know, it's Zyra, Felios bot lane, Anivia mid, and there's just so you sort of revealed everything that you want to be doing. So Kingpin has the opportunity to have that information advantage, and in the second round potentially get counterpicked or do something else. But with that said, we're going to be moving over to the second spectator link.
And we're gonna redraft this stuff just to make it clean and easy for you guys, so we're not losing track at the same time as well.
Yeah. And for the side of Kingpin, I believe I'm favoring the Volibear in the jungle. Volibear top has been pretty weak recently, and he doesn't have a lot of good matchups, especially blind picking it. So I believe it's most likely going to be going into the jungle, where his clear speed is pretty decent. He has good dueling potential with his W. And for this Galio, I think Vayne Galio is a good combo, but they may decide to take it mid into the Anivia, just depending on what they're trying to do. Because, you know, mid you could get... mid is one of those roles where you can pretty much have anything, right? You can have a tank, you can have a squishy AP, AD, tank, assassin, bruiser. You can pretty much put anything you want mid lane, and it will be good. So Kingpin having the option of keeping that slot open could benefit them in the long run.
Yeah, and I think, especially with the Galio, because they could run multiple different ways. Like you say, it could go mid, it could go bot as the support. I agree with that. I think it would work either way, especially since we know there is the Anivia in the mid lane, most likely there, and that's not a support, I'm assuming. Because you never know with that. Those two could just flip-flop for whatever reason. But I would say it's much safer with Zyra than Anivia. But yeah, the Bear, I agree. He's not performing well on top. I mean, he's okay. But I agree. There's a lot of counters, and because there is too many counters as a kind of one trick, it's really hard to kind of perform. It seems like these days with it compared to taking it in jungle. Jungle is just really good right now. I think we talked about it actually at Sophomores last week, where we kind of think he's in a weird spot because he's a really good farmer, but he's also a really good ganker. And it's kind of weird for this meta because it's either you go full farm or you go full gank. So.
Right, exactly. And Kingpin, you know, they revealed the Shen, so most likely going to be Volibear jungle, unless they're going for the River Shen, which, you know, mad respect if you do, but unlikely, I would say, just because, you know, his farming is pretty abysmal. I mean, we all know Shen has one of the worst wave clears in the game, and conversely, he also has one of the worst jungle clears in the game. Rounding off the draft with a Syndra mid, so it is Galio support into the Zyra, and Big Dick Entourage whipping out the classic Shen counter, the Mordekaiser, and we have to see if Chief is going to have the skills on the Mordekaiser to counter Top Baller on the Shen, because I have seen the Shen, you know, win or go even in that matchup, and if the Shen goes even, that's still winning for the side of Shen's team, right? Just because Shen has, you know, the map pressure, has the utility that Mordekaiser just doesn't have in the top lane.
Yeah, so he does have more map pressure, which is good. The problem is you could have that TP come in from Mordekaiser to whatever lane Shen's going, and then you could literally just put him in the Shadow Realm, or you put someone else in there at least, so then makes the fight that little bit easier, kind of a thing. So that's where it'd be annoying in that aspect. You do also have an interrupt with Mordekaiser. He can use the claw to pull someone back, which would either take them out of the TP or I believe it interrupts Stand United, doesn't it? Or is it just only interrupt?
It doesn't block the shield, but it prevents him from teleporting to the ally. But overall, looking at this draft, I so you said you play a lot of Volibear, right? So I mean, the thing about Volibear is I like to build in Bruisery, but because I feel like even if I build tank, I just feel so squishy. Even when I'm Bruiser, I feel so squishy. And him being the main frontline for the side of Kingpin, besides the Shen, I'm a little bit worried for their frontline, especially with the Mordekaiser on the opposing team.
I mean, you have Galio too. I mean, Galio can be frontline. I mean, obviously you support, so you won't be like super tanky kind of a thing. But that is something that Bear can still provide, even if he is going more of a grass style or the PTA if he's like in top lane. Obviously, with this, he should be going PTA just because was it with Divine Sunderer? It's just really good right now. He gets a lot of high burst. The fact that you could primer your ultimate with the Q, where you could jump in and just pretty much just auto stun. It's kind of like toxic. I ain't gonna lie. I loved it when they did that, and I hated it because everyone knew I was a Volibear player, so it was just taken away from and play it themselves because it was good. But yeah, in that interaction, a lot of it is when you call down a storm. I think that's the biggest issue is just trying to get your circle in the right spot. So not only that you damage them, but you get the shield, or in your case, if you're like running away, you get the shield and then you get a slow on them. So then that way, you could proc more in that case, especially for lane. But yeah, I mean, ganking, I think he's gonna be fine. It might have trouble with the Zyra. I think that's bot's gonna be really hard to gank.
Yeah, so that's the next thing I want to talk about. When you look at Kingpin's composition, that's a tongue twister. Immediately, your mind should jump to pick comp, right? They have the Stand United from Galio. They have the Heroics Entrance from Galio and the Stand United from Shen. Along with the Syndra, they have a lot of burst potential, and anything outside of that burst potential is all on the Vayne. So if Vayne is peeled and protected, they have some sustained damage in team fights. Vayne can pop off, auto for free, and shred the front line of Big Duck Entourage. But if that front line doesn't do their job, if Vayne gets picked, all of a sudden Kingpin's damage just like drops to 0 pretty much. Because it's just like, Syndra, Galio, Volibear, very, I would say minimal in terms of damage output. While on the side of Big Duck Entourage, pretty much their entire composition deals damage, right? You have Mordekaiser, Anivia, Felios, Zyra. Those are all known for having high, consistent damage output, along with lots of CC and peel for this Aphelios. So their only weakness, I would say, is they are extremely heavy in AP damage. Aphelios is the only type of AD damage. So if he's behind, then it's possible for Kingpin to stack MR. Vayne gets Wit's End, and all of a sudden they are so tanky in these team fights because Aphelios just doesn't have the lead to provide that AD damage that their team needs.
Yeah, I think the other big issue is this. So you take a Sejuani, and you have only one melee to help you out to proc your stacks that little bit faster. And if it was, in my opinion, if it was the support being the melee, perfectly would be fine. I don't care who the support is. If it was a melee, I would say gank pressure, so much easier kind of a thing. I still think it's still good because you have Zyra, but now the fact that you're Anivia is in mid, which is ranged, and you have a Zyra, which is ranged, it kind of hurts the Sejuani passive in that case, but it also still helps because you have the Mordekaiser. You just have to hope that Chief comes down and is able to help do some ganks. So
yeah, I definitely agree that the Zyra pick may be Big Duck Entourage's downfall, not only because of the range, but just because Sejuani and Mordekaiser are pretty much the only non, quote unquote squishy on their team, and both of them being melee or trying to be in the front line. That means you really don't have anything to hold back in peel, right? When you think of peel, you don't think of Mordekaiser, and Sejuani very very minimal, aside from the ultimate and some slows. So Kingpin do have the possibility of diving in, trying to get rid of whoever's the most fed, and you have things that can go in, such as the Volibear, and you also have things that can peel, such as the Galio. So depends if Kingpin can utilize their sort of composition differentiates. Either they go for that sort of go for the carry due to the lack of peel, or they can go for the pick comp in the side lane, just having that global ultimate pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. But in the meantime, as we have our spectator delay going down, I am going to send us to a quick break. We can definitely talk more when we come back about kind of our picks as to who we think is going to win. So we see you guys shortly.
I'm good.
Alrighty, we are back for the freshman semifinals here at Runeterra Academy. It's going to be Kingpin Gaming versus Big Duck Entourage Druid, and it looks like we might have a 5-stack. We have a gate coming.
Fortunately, gonna be spotted out maybe by the Anivia, maybe not spotted. Oh, just a tip. I thought Anivia was walking back just a little bit too far, and they may have been unnoticed, but not quite enough. That is one of the more suspicious ganks, I would say, when you don't have a hook champion, because most of the time there's going to be someone standing in the mid lane just to spot you out.
Yeah, it part of that is like, yeah, you don't have a hook champion, you don't have just a lot of different things that might be kind of what you're looking for. So that's where I always tell people I look at the big thing for me is okay, so we didn't talk about who we're gonna choose. I'm sidetracking, but I'll come back to what I was gonna say. What do you choose based on draft?
It's rough, right? I know Kingpin, they're very good, and I think they can peel the vein. So I'm actually going to go with Kingpin. I think they have the compositional advantage. How about you?
So me, I like the Aphelios pick, just because we don't see a lot of them. So this means that someone is most likely comfortable on the champion, especially when he sits in a really low win rate right now. Even though I have friends who can literally play him that are like silver and gold, and like it's just automatically cracked. So I'm definitely curious to see. Ooh, good trades coming out from the vein here. They're trading.
Yeah. The only reason I am down in the fellows is the Zyra pickup. I think the Zyra isn't what Big Duck Entourage need from their support. I think they already have such a high damage output from in the AP side from Anivia and Mordekaiser that it's just too much, I think, having the Zyra on top of it. But you never know. Maybe it's going to be exactly what they need.
She gets a good pull there.
Yeah.
Yeah, gets a really good pull. Nice some trades right now of what we did.
And with both junglers in the top side, we should be seeing them clash on the scuttle around 310, and Syndra having mid prio, not unexpected.
It's interested pretty quickly. A lot of damage coming out right now from this Mordekaiser. So we do see that we have said, oh my gosh, we got a good engage coming in from King. King is going in right on that Tamiri, but Tamiri's taken down with the Ignite. Unfortunately, does not fall. Has a potion going. They are not. Ooh, jeez. Chief has got him locked down. Oh, Vinny comes in with the charge, and unfortunately, nothing's gonna come for it. But you know what? You get a flash. That's all that matters. You get a flash from Vinny, or a flash for Baller. I think that's good.
Yeah, and Laxer did get the Scuttle Crab. Does he decide to go for the double Scuttle? He does have bot prio and mid prio, so most likely he's going to be able to deny the Sejuani from a Scuttle Crab.
Exactly, and that's the thing is, if you could deny her from any camps, it's great. I mean, it's great for any champion that's in the jungle, but still, getting a double scuttle, usually it's pretty hard. Usually we have the NA white, on the top side for scuttle. And we're not having it, so it's great.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially if you're on a champion that can carry and deal a lot of damage, like the Volibear, getting that early lead could allow you to potentially do an invade later. It could allow you to solo Dragon when it comes up at 5 minutes. And double root from Zyra, that's the power of the Zyra pick, right? You have such a high potential for plays like that.
Exactly, and that's why I think this is still good for me as to why I still pick them with the Aphelios, because you have a double root. If you manage the guns properly on Aphelios, you can line up everything perfectly and get really good trades, really good damage, and just lock people down as much as possible. So I think that's just something that they have to find that synergy with, and for us to see, as long as they do that, it'll be great. But for Honor, man, it is bursted still down here by Young Rich Boy, man. This is... oh, stopping it back. Oh, he was trying to bait him there. Not going to happen, though, because they got a good Frost Orb out.
Yep, and this is the sucky part of the Shen versus Mordekaiser matchup. Eventually, the wave is going to slow push to the other side of the map, and when it does, if the Mordekaiser is good, it can just freeze it on you, and you can't step up. But Syndra trying to almost popping the...
Yeah, it definitely was almost popping there. I forgot to turn myself do not disturb, so way too many messages. Anyways, yeah, it's just really good. Did pop the egg, but this is Syndra, though. She uses the electrocute as much as possible, trying to get the procs off, and she's been landing the pushback with the ball really well.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. We saw a glimpse of top lane. Mordekaiser hit the level 6 advantage, but he's not pressing it. That could be a free kill, Mordekaiser having the Death Realm and a level advantage. He can just zone Shen completely off the wave if he wanted to, but it looks like he's not going to go for that. He's just going to keep freezing, which is, fair play by itself, just denying the Shen more and more. But the Shen does have the Stand United now available. Can he look for a play somewhere on the map?
Yes, I think probably obviously the two best spots is either bot or mid, but I think priority is going to be not necessarily mid, it's probably bot, because what's going to happen is they're going to make a mistake of going in. Oh, we're going to get a pull coming out from Chief right now. It's making me go all over the place for whatever reason. Now we're coming back to top. Okay. I guess they just bullied out the Galio down there. And yeah, that was my reasoning, is basically that. He's going to definitely have to go on it. Ooh, good wall there coming out. Flash Frost comes out, and they get a flash out of Syndra.
Yeah, and that is one of the benefits of having the Syndra, the benefits of having Anivia. Anivia wall and ultimate is good at controlling choke puts later in the game. around dragon fights. You can just completely zone, but we have Volibear coming in.
Gonna interrupt you right now, and oh my gosh, he's charging, doing a lot of damage, and they're gonna get first blood. So this is where they're actually gonna get potentially second blood, third proc here.
Wow.
Yes. Great job by Spunyan. Oh
Yeah, and you know,
yeah, we're gonna be Unleashed Fowler with the stun coming out of Nivea. It's gonna pop the egg. She's already at half health too. So, wow, I'm surprised he didn't try to press even more there by running Rich Boy. But we do see Shen is gonna TP top. We're gonna see potentially first straight. Yeah, it's gonna go to them here for.
oh, that was
Big
you know
yeah. But
I don't like that teleport by Shen. I think what he could have done, you know, Kingpin had that dragon. I think he should have recalled immediately after the bot lane play because right now he's sitting on 1,300 gold. He doesn't have TP. So Mordekaiser is going to come back to lane with a Leeching Leer, boots, armor, refillable potions. Shen is stuck in lane with Ruby Crystal and D Shield. And no teleport, right? Mordekaiser still is going to have teleport. So first of all, you lose the TP advantage. You're sitting on 1,400 gold. And if Mordekaiser ults you, you're just dead. Because you don't have
my
items.
gosh.
But Galio, hard chunked out while I was giving my little rant.
yeah, no, you're good. I mean, if I definitely think they're gonna die, I'm definitely gonna interrupt you and just keep going. But yeah, just really good job by that double root. Like we talked about, it's just it's really perfect. It creates a lot of pressure, especially when you have a melee support. Especially the Galio. Like you have to go in with the Galio. There's no other way. And if you could just outrange him and keep him back, and look at the trades. Like, you already have Spunyan back down to 3/4 health, and you have Galio recall because he's at about a third. Just because you just had one good combo come out from both the Aphelios and the Zyra there.
Yeah.
So,
and look at the Sejuani coming in for the lane gang with the Rift Herald. No vision for the side of Kingpin in the bushes. Are we gonna see the Glacial Prison just thrown? Oh, the flash!
Now we get the flash charge right now, and they're gonna have to hit the hit. Nope, they don't hit the hit. They're gonna do the Glacial Prison with 200 years, and unfortunately, he does fall to the tower because the Galio came in at the right time. Unfortunately, when Spunyan died.
Yeah, and I think that the Ignite actually, I think he would have executed because Bane didn't get an assist on that one. So without the Ignite, he would have executed. So well played by King Kraus, just making sure that he gets the gold from that kill. Yeah, and here's the problem with the teleport play I was talking about. Top Baller actually recalled after, attempting in your Shen. You can't push the wave in. You just don't have the wave clear for it. So now he's down 2 levels, 7 to 9, and he's probably just dead here. No, but he's heavily chunked out, right? He's half HP. He has to recall again. He's going to miss this entire wave, or he's just going to get towered out. He's down 40 CS, nearly twice his CS. And he's just really in a pickle. And talking about pickles, Syndra.
Really good wall coming up right now. Flash Rush was good. You had the Shen coming in with the taunt. Unfortunately, it's going to go wide. Waller is pretty low, too. So I think this is good by Vinny. Vinny is putting down the Rift Arrow. Oh, but he's getting charged in right now. Body they're doing a lot of damage right now.
That's the Anivia damage. Holy.
Anivia's bursting back. Zyra does come up here along with the Galio. And to kind of help out her team, she's making sure, hey, they already have the lane pressure here in this bot lane. Oh no, he's going in on Prevail. Both are hitting really well, but buddy, what are you doing? You got
you are not. Yeah, you're not allowed to walk up like that all alone. Vayne has a full Immortal Shield bow. It's 12 minutes.
Yeah, and that's the Shield bow. 12 minutes. You already have 103 farm. You're working really well. You already have 24 CS above your laner, and again, you're 2 kills up. I mean, you gotta love it while you can. So
yeah. I mean, currently the only saving grace for Big Entourage, like the only reason they're not down like 2k gold right now is because of this Mordekaiser, who has been playing this top lane pretty well. He's up 40 CS still. He's 2 levels up pretty solidly, and he is in a pretty solid position to carry this game. The real question is, though, can he do it against a fed Vayne? And I'm not sure, because Vayne... Vayne has very high, anti-bruiser capabilities, um, and 3-1, 108 CS. I think I should say Vayne is in the position to carry this game, and Big Dick Entourage really just have to focus on, taking her down in team fights because, as I was saying, Kingpin really don't have anything besides Spunyon to dish out the damage they need.
Exactly, and that's the thing is like, okay, so how do you make sure you protect Spunyon? On top of that, because if you don't have Stand United, I mean you have the whole team here, but if the team wasn't here,
Yeah.
how are you gonna help out in that case? Because this is your person that's doing really well.
Oh, I mean, he's dead. He's
shot.
dead, but you stopped the TP.
Yeah,
Is that even worth it? I
We
don't
got
know.
two years coming out. Perfrost's coming out. We're gonna go back to the top lane as Bard gets bumped right now by this Mordekaiser. Chief is doing really well, and we are gonna see that the dragon does go over to the big ducks here because of the fact that they're able to take out Laxer. Laxer not being able to smite is a really big advantage for them.
Yeah, and top baller, you stopped the TP, but at what cost, right? You lost the fight anyway. You gave a kill over to Chief. You lost, another turret plate. You're gonna lose 3 more waves stacked up. I guess you do have the teleport, but
True,
it
but
really was not a worthwhile play for you.
oh, good wall, but unfortunately, Flash Rush goes a little wide there. But Chief, you're gonna be fighting 2 here, and you don't have your Shadow Realm, so this is gonna be a little rough for you. Good job by Mdo to at least flash away, realizing that, hey, you know what? This is probably a fight I could take, but let's not risk it. Like, they're down 2 levels and 3 levels. Could I win it? Probably yes, but I don't have my Riftmaker yet, so I
Right,
think that
exactly.
is a smart move by him.
I think if he had the Riftmaker, he could have done it, right? He has the 2-level advantage, but without the damage from Riftmaker, I don't think he has the tankiness or the damage output to 1v2 that. But while we were doing that play, we do see Big Duck Entourage secure first turret in the bot lane, and Aphelios, getting that gold is pretty good. He's going to have his shield bow of his own. And they've rotated to mid just to put pressure on this mid turret, and the mages are going to the side lane.
Yeah, mages definitely should go to the side lane. I do want to be careful of the Anivia as Vayne is still hanging down there. So I'm actually kind of really worried about that. Young Rich Boy can definitely stun someone pretty well with the orb pushback, and I think they need to definitely be mindful of that because he was performing very well with that onto Foreigner. Oh, Foreigner gets a really good wall, makes Spunyon flash, and with that, still bursts him so quick. Oh, but to me, oh no! You get bursted down so hard with the Unleash Power. He had so many balls out, and just unfortunately, Young Rich Boy a little too low. Luckily, you do have the Aphelios who has really good range, but not good in that case. That Young Rich still could have get something.
Yeah, and Vayne can't tumble through walls, right? So she can't go through the Anivia wall. So that's a very nice pick. And I think Anivia may be the key that Big Duck Entourage need in holding down this Vayne. If they can get Kingpin into a choke point, just have the Anivia holding down the fort with the Glacial Storm, they can pretty much deny Kingpin from entering the area. And because Spunyon is all about positioning, right? When you're playing Vayne, your positioning has to be pristine. You're not allowed to make any mistakes, especially when you're the carry of your team. And without you, right, your team just doesn't have damage, right? So if you're Spunyon, the whole game is on your shoulders.
Oh, I can stop you right there, but that Rich Boy just bursting Tamir down again very low. Below this quarter of health at this point. We do see that Runeterra does go over to for Vinny here, but still, that was scary. I'm not gonna lie. I saw that the King was there. I saw Laxer was nearby. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, this might go in really good favor for them. Good prediction by Spunyan there. Able to still tumble back before the wall hits. So I think that's the only thing that might be that saving grace for them in that case. Is I agree that yes, the wall will help out a lot, but the Vayne plays very well into it by tumbling back and not tumbling forward to the side. She'll still be able to survive that a little bit longer.
Yeah, I definitely agree. In the side lane, it's not an issue. But I'm saying in these 5v5 team fights where Vayne is your team, right? Essentially, Kingpin have to choose their fights in a way that doesn't favor the Anivia and the Zyra, right? Because of course, the Zyra has the lane pressure as well. But top baller in the top lane may be in some trouble here.
We do see the TB coming out from Syndra. But top baller is getting hit pretty well right now. Oh, and Spunyan's here somehow. Oh my god. There's so much damage coming in. We got Gale coming in with the Rug entrance, and they're able to lock down Vayne here. But we do see that Chief does have him in the prison, but gets out, and unfortunately, another kill going over to Vayne.
Yep, and Vayne is 5-1, has 5 out of the 6 kills, and to be honest, that's exactly where you want the goal to be going. The question is, I mean, Lexer could just steal this, right? I mean, he has the Stormbringer. Oh no, he's stunned! Ah! Uh-oh.
He is stunned, but you do have the stand unit coming in.
Yeah.
You're going onto the Nivea here. Egg is popped, and unfortunately, you're going to see her fall. But yes, he could have done something. But I look at the fact that you still had Smite coming out for Vinny. So it's kind of more like, okay, is he gonna get close enough or not? Kind of thing. So.
I think he could have Stormbreakered over the wall and then flashed out because he used flash anyway. So he could have secured, because right now Big Duck has 2 dragons to year 1, right? So they sort of have dragon tempo in the fact that they can, they can trade the next dragon for Baron if they wanted to. Not quite the same pressure as a Soul, but Tamarius may be in trouble here.
Yeah, we did Australia's Battle Song going in right now, and you got taunt, so that taunt will lock him down, unfortunately. But right now, we see Chief is doing a 2v1 right now. It's actually going really well for him, and oh no, he gets taunted under top.
It's going really well.
Too soon. Spunyan just mowing them down real hard with those silver bolts.
Yeah, it definitely hurts, and I think.
Maybe.
Really? Visual person from downtown? No.
No. I mean, that's the problem. Is like you could do it. Could you potentially kill him? Yes. Is it worth it?
But then you die to the Spunyan. Yeah. And Spunyan going right for that Rage Blade. That's the carry build, right? And I feel like after just a full-on Phantom Dancer. All right. I think.
Those are the Phantoms.
Yeah, so I definitely want to see the Wit's End coming out, just because there's so much damage, magic damage on the side of Big Duck, that's unreliant on sort of levels or items. And then you have the Aphelios, who's 1 and 3. He's not going to be doing a lot of damage, right? Sure, maybe he gets a blue gun Moonlight Vigil, but it's not game changing, and you're just dead. Outplay button.
Oh, just real bad there. I mean, you have to see it. It's just you're getting really good orbs placed down with the pushback, getting these stuns, and yeah, just the unleashed power coming out, doing so much damage. It's really unfortunate. But
that's just the Baron. I mean, you have the Fed Vayne. I think you're allowed to do it.
Yeah, I would say you're allowed to do it. Still with the risk of that they could burst you down. I know you have Young Rich Boy who does have mana, but can you
or a steal from Vinny? I mean, there's a Blast Cone. True. They don't have vision though.
You can charge over and flash.
Oh,
like it's doing right now. But we're gonna see. The dragon is gonna get stolen. We see that there is a rune prison onto the Volibear. Volibear is gonna go down. We do see Galio also falling in this process. Vayne is coming in the backline and just mowing through all these people right now. Spear coming in with a good flash. Exhaust. And oh my gosh, all these Aphelios attacks are going well. He does have 2 really good guns right now. So
I mean, that was.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's what happens, right? Red, white Aphelios. That is like game over in these types of scenarios. That is, you know, we saw. Did he have like? He had a lot of chakrams there. I didn't even. I wasn't able to count, but that was like, I don't know, 15 chakrams or maybe the max of 20. I think. I mean, he was just surrounded in chakrams, and you know, the Baron's stolen. You know, I thought this game was heavily going to Kingpin, but that play right there, that may have thrown the entire game over to Big Duck. They now have a 2.5k gold lead just like that. Mordekaiser 300 gold bounty, and the Felius has his 2-item power spike, so quite the possibility that he's gonna start doing a lot more in the team fight, more than that fight, right? He did a lot in that fight, surprisingly, just because of having your correct weapon combos at the right time. That's just the power of Aphelios if you're able to manage it correctly.
Oh, Waxer. Look at that. Just a claw in one bonk because it was a solo bonk and not like 2 people getting hit. Just gets chunked like super low there. I mean, you gotta love that. I mean, this is where Chief is definitely performing really well. Oh, get another one. Hey, not as much though. Looks like a little bit more padded stats there. Oh, but look at this flash charge coming in on the Spunion. Does it? No, he has it. Why isn't he using it? The Glacial should be coming out. Oh, there you go. That's why. You get it using it right now. You have 200 years going out. Does it hit Spunion, but Spunion's still alive. Spunyon can still go in and do a lot of damage. Slasher goes in. It's doing a charge, getting good stuns, but unfortunately, you're going to see the Aphelios do so much damage with his blue gun. And now, Vayne just mowing down Tamir. No problem. Where was the help from Fishing and Chief? Oh my. Yeah, I guess a little too late.
Yeah, I think. I mean, Mordekaiser is really, really beefy at the moment. I mean, we saw Vayne really just didn't have a chance. He was just poked out. And this is the type of scenario that Big Duck want. You know, I actually think Chief made a mistake. I think he should have ulted Spunion just to prevent, because while he was in the Death Realm, Spunion just killed 2 people, basically. So
Right.
I'm pretty sure Chief is at the point where he can 1v1 Spunion, especially when Spunion's already chunked out by Vinny and, you know, whatever poke was hitting her, maybe the Tamir poke from on the Zyra. But either way, I definitely think Mordekaiser can do it. And even if you die as the Mordekaiser, your team is going to win the 4v4 for sure, right? Because we were talking about Spunion on the Vayne is all the damage of Kingpin. So if Vayne is gone for, what is it, 8 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, then your team has 7 seconds to just completely destroy Kingpin. And I think they could, given the opportunity.
We get a collapse here, though, right now, as there is a choke point that we talked about earlier that could be really good for them. But unfortunately, even though the flash is up for Fishing doesn't opt to take it. I think Fishing could have burned it because of the fact that pretty much no one has flash right now. And they could have potentially got something. Right, sure. Yeah, someone would have potentially had to like charge out or to run away in that case, but I think that could have been a really good heads up play. Oh, if they took the advantage of it, just because you do have Stranglethorn. Stranglethorn is just a really good combo on top of just the 200 years coming out from Aphelios. So like, if you think of it that way, like just that the the Froststorm and the Permafrost like coming out from Glacial Prison coming out from Sejuani there. Like that's just straight raw good CC damage too. Oh no. Alright, they're going out of Chief real quick here, trying to do as much as he can. He does put them into the Shadow Realm. It's going to be the bear falling down quickly and easily. But Chief, look at him, he's so
How is he alive?
He survives the burst from the leech pot. Wait, we're gonna see that Fishing for Honor takes out Young Boy and Ruveil. He's really trying with his Aphelios here, but is not able to. Fishing for Honor needs some mana and some cooldowns. Maybe they could get something going onto both Top and King here, but at this point, it's a good 3 for 3.
Yeah, I mean that went better than expected. Chief Queef getting, you know, a little picked out. He was forced to, you know, ultimate Death Prison randomly, and you know he does get the 1-for-1, and then the Ignite from King Kraus finishes him off. That's a 500 gold bounty headed over to Kingpin, and the gold is evening out once again, down to 2.5k. which is not the worst thing. And as I was saying, right, if Chief ults someone other than Vayne, he can just wreak havoc. And we almost saw that in that fight. Unfortunately, Vayne kind of just got, assassinated by all the magic damage because she doesn't have Wit's End. Please just build Wit's End, right? It's such a good item into Big
Yeah.
Duck. It helps you in the 1v1 versus Chief if he ults you. It's good against literally everyone on the team except Aphelios. And not only that, but it gives you an on-hit effect for your Rage Blade, right? Which doubles all your on-hit effects. So you're getting double value from Ginsu's. And overall, it's just a really good item. And looks like Shannon is going for the QSS, which is fair, right? The QSS is very good against the Mordekaiser,
Even
or
if
if
it
gets
attacks.
stunned by Fishing for Honor. Yeah.
I think that's the option as to why they didn't go
Yeah.
right away from Wit's End. I agree with
think
that,
so.
though.
And Wit's Quicksilver Sass also gives you MR. So respect in that regard, it is still giving you the MR that you need. So also, I think you either have to go for that one, and I think in this case QSS is better just because of the Mordekaiser. Now the real question is, do you sit on the QSS and then build Wit's End, or do you just upgrade the QSS? I'm not sure. I don't play ADC, but I think Wit's End may be the way to go. But Chief may be in trouble here.
Alrighty, we're gonna have a Stand United coming in. Heroic Justice coming in. We're gonna have a talk going in on them right now. And Baller's trying to do his best, but we do put King Kraus right here in this. Oh, Big Bog coming out right now, but he's gonna survive this. And oh my lord, look at that shield coming out right now from Chief. Chief is gonna be able to. Okay.
Close. I knew the egg. Oh my god, Vayne.
There's so much burst coming out from Cinder right now, and Vayne. They're just gonna right now. Even though Vinny does secure the Baron here, it's only gonna be on him in that case. So really good job by Young Rich and Spunyan there just to realize, hey, we need to get up here. We need to do this. We need to stop them because they're not down here. They're not coming to defend him. So really good job.
Yeah, and not only that, but that unfortunately split pay from Big Duck cost them a potential Dragon Soul, right? Because let's just break it down a little bit, right? Chief overpushed without vision. Because just look at the map right now. Look at Blue Vision versus Red Vision. Blue Vision, we see what 4 control wards, three normal wards, 1 blue ward. While for the side of Red, we have 3 normal wards, right? So just complete outclass of Vision in terms of Kingpin, right? 4 control wards to 0. That's just unacceptable, in my opinion, right? Not even 1 control ward on the map from Big Duck. And what does that lead to, right? Having full vision control means that as Chief, you're not allowed to push up that far. And when you do so, you get collapsed by 4 people. You force your team to go Baron to get something in return. And then Vayne gets a triple kill. You lose out on Dragon Soul. Yes, you got the Baron, but that's only on Vinny. And all of a sudden, the gold is equal. And Kingpin are right back into the game.
Yes, but now we're going to have Australia's coming in right now. It charges in on a Prevail. Prevail does get locked down with the Ignite right now, but it's not going to fall. It is going to proc the shield bow, though. But you do have Chief Keep coming in right now with the TP. You do have Fishing for Honor also there, too, which means then they're going to peel back.
What? That Anivia TP seems a little weird, a little unnecessary. Because it seemed like Kingpin was already backing out when the TP came through. But maybe not. Maybe that's just caster.
No, I think it's okay.
Secondary sight. Okay.
In a hindsight thing, I think it's okay that it's getting burned.
Hindsight bias.
Yeah, this is definitely very biased. In my opinion, what I'm about to say, unless we get a big bomb. Nope, he's going to get. Wow, he gets chugged super hard there by Young Rich. Just look at that. That was just a looted proc with that too. Oh no. Oh no. Please no. Okay, we're good. I'm like, don't tell me Vayne's gonna go pop off right now and just kill all of them. But
I mean, Vayne has the completed Wit's End and the QSS. So Vayne is huge, right? I mean, basically full build. I would say QSS to the upgrade is very kind of insignificant. But she'll be there soon enough. So she's practically full build. And no one is really a match, right? The closest you get is the
Mhm.
Mordekaiser with 4 items. Um, and I think he's really Big Duck's only hope. If he can either kill the Vayne or take her out of the fight long enough for Big Duck to get a huge numbers advantage.
Mhm.
Otherwise, I mean, you're just seeing Chief having to itemize against the Vayne with the Thornmail. He's getting destroyed by the Syndra in terms of magic damage. So it's really difficult for Big Duck to play this game, I feel, just because of how fed Vayne is. And
Mhm.
overall, I think this is why I voted for Kingpin in the beginning, just because their composition is easier to play, right? You have this Vayne, you have the Protect the President composition, you have the 2 global ultimates. It's easier to play it, right? And I take that back. Chief can't actually ult Spunion because Spunion has the QSS. So at this point, there's really nothing you can do as Big Duck besides trying to kill her with, all like you just have to focus the Vayne and kill her
Right.
without dying from the Vayne, right? So can Big Duck do this? We'll see. Aphelios does have his 3 item combo. It's not as good as Vayne, but you do have the Runon's Hurricane for the AoE damage. You can shred the entire team at once theoretically if you get a good combo with your guns. And oh my god, that damage onto Fishing for Honor.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I mean, you've seen it already enough from a young rich boy, just able to just do so much damage. It's not even funny. Just one simple combo, not even like a rotation combo, just a simple Q and an E. Just
Yeah.
does that. That's insane to think about right now. Like,
Yeah. Yep.
it could be even worse. It could be death. I mean, especially when you're popping out the balls, you got Scatter of the Week. I mean, it's just so strong.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. And
mhm.
another win condition for Big Duck is this Dragon Soul, right? Getting the Ocean Soul could give them the in combat sustain and mana sustain that they could need to deal with Spunion,
Mhm.
either by winning the fight beforehand or going for a Dragon Steal. Sejuani is very, very good at stealing, or they're just going to go for the.
Oh yeah, really good charge in with the root right now. They are gonna have 400 be collapsed on right now. It gets taken very low. Spunion getting some autos out, but just going on to the Chief. Chief is just, oh my god, they're just getting bursted so quickly here right now. And Chief, even though locking up someone's just not able to do anything because Spunion is being that free farm, getting all of that auto attacks on the people right now. And unfortunately, yeah, I mean, we're gonna see that
Yeah.
we're gonna push mid because why not at this point? You don't need to have anyone there at Dragon. Dragon's not gonna get contested because Vinny's here. So yeah, unfortunately, Vale at least just go back at this point. I mean, I would just give up the turret. I mean, you might as well. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
both teams are now on soul point. Um,
Yeah, I think that was definitely
Waste.
a legal
Mhm.
move from the side of Big Duck. Vinny making that play onto Young Rich Boy. I like, yes, Syndra does a lot of damage, but these are the like it's a rotational thing that Syndra has a rotation, and once that rotation is gone, it's gone, right?
Vinny,
So I mean,
Vinny, what are
Vinny
you
looking
doing?
for the steal here.
Vinny, I know you want that seal, but you
The
ain't
Q
gonna.
got yeah, the Q got close.
Yeah, that I'm telling you, the scare of the week is so strong
Yeah.
because you get good burst, you get CC, you literally have a Shin on you, auto attacking you to the point of like, bruh, I could taunt you at any point, and I'm gonna do it if I need to. Like
Yep.
that's how hard it is for Vinny to steal. Even if he had flash, I don't think he gets it. Unfortunately, just because as much as it was really low, you couldn't charge in, you couldn't do anything. Even if you use that not permafrost, but the glacial prison onto um Shen there, for top baller, you still got to worry about scare of the week from young rich boy. So it's like you have to choose that. Okay, who do I ult? Do I throw it into the Baron pit and then try to go in that way, or do I have to go this way, which is try to still deal with, excuse me, the Shen? And I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know how you feel about it.
It's. I mean, I think it's definitely worth a shot, right? At this point in the game, you just gotta go for it. And you didn't die, so it's not even worst case scenario, right? Worst case was you die trying to steal it and you don't steal it. So it could have been worse. Um, I really just think at this point you just gotta take your losses, lose a few towers. It's gonna happen, right, against the Baron buff. You do have the Anivia for wave clear, so it's not a perma lose situation, right? I feel like Kingpin isn't even playing that. Like no one's pushing mid lane right now. This is exactly what Big Duck want. They want major because the Shen can't kill Mordekaiser. So
Right.
really, Anivia just wave clears bot, and they lose minimal, right? They lose absolutely minimal because Shen is pulled off top lane and they have 4 people pushing bot. Look at mid wave. Mid wave is pushing towards Kingpin. This is the opposite of what you want. You're not utilizing your Baron in all 3 lanes. They could be pressuring mid and bot and get an inhib guaranteed. Because in Nivea, their wave clear is only in 1 lane. They can't be in both. So I think a slight misplay in the Baron push from Kingpin. They're not actually gonna. They're gonna get 1 tower, and that's gonna be it, unless they get a kill. Because Nivea is just gonna wave clear this wave, and nothing's actually gonna happen.
And like you said, just very simple, easy for them, for Big Ducks. Big Ducks just being able to wave clear really easy. I mean, it's the same thing with Young Rich. Young Rich could do that too. So it's gonna be really hard in that case when they do deal with something. Oh, they do spawn them out. No taunt happening. Okay. I don't know. Like, I look at this and I'm like, yeah, whoever gets dragon probably wins this at this point. But you look at the fact that I mean, think of it though. Like, if you have that Ocean Drake, especially into Spunyon, I think that's for them in that case, you know, for Big Duck. But you have to look at that Kingpin. Just if they get that, it's game over because you can't kill the Vayne then. You literally can't.
I agree with your the first point that if Big Duck get the Ocean Soul, I don't think it's GG, right? I think Kingpin are still favored to win if Big Duck get this dragon. And the reason I think that is Vayne is just so far ahead. Now, the only caveat to that is Vayne is full build with Potion, right? This is the strongest she'll ever be. Meanwhile, everyone else on the map is getting stronger, right? So if Big Duck can just stall, right, they can scale, quote unquote scale, right? You can't scale that much, but you can get to a fight where Vayne is plateaued right now, but you as a team can still get better, right? You can get items, you can get more items, you can have a potential play.
Oh, why did you do that?
Yeah, I think that was the play.
It was such a good play that could have just happened there, and they did it.
I mean, they still had to stand united. I'm not sure if Spunyon dies there, but
if you throw 3 at him, I think that's the problem because he can't really kill 3 at once.
Yeah,
it's not like the Aphelios where you have the Runans to like kind of like hit everyone. Now
okay, they have the Anivia.
1 point. Oh my God!
They got the soul
going over to them right now. Prevail is getting bursted down by Spunyon. Spunyon now turns on to Vinny. Vinny falls here with the Silver Bolt, just going in so hard onto them. Yes. Unfortunately, I agree.
You got the soul, but the Vayne just like Vayne shreds so fast, so far. Like, I mean, so much, so fat. Like, you don't have time for the Ocean Soul to actually regen you because you're just dead, right? 4 autos and you're dead. And you have the GA, but your Privil's dead. And
sorry, stretching dinner. But yeah,
that's I'm pretty sure that's just game 1 over the Kingpin.
Yeah, I mean it is game 1 at that point. And that's where I should have clarified more with the dragon fight. If the dragon fight went in the way of they get the dragon and they could force all the choke point the way that they need to, which did go look like in their favor, but they just unfortunately just weren't able to stack all their abilities down onto one spot. And you have Vayne that literally was just like, hi, I'm flashing over. Goodbye.
I mean, yeah, they either needed to force a choke point or they needed to force a fight onto Spunyan when Spunyan was out of position, right? Because Spunyan was way out of position. But I think even then, I feel like, Stand United plus Heroic's entrance just comes down and Spunyan doesn't actually get punished. And I think that's sort of I don't want to say brilliance, but I want to say that's the ease of drafting in favor of Kingpin, right? Like Spunyan has to be punished for misstepping, but you just can't, just because of the double global draft. And I think that's why Kingpin were able to secure that. And obviously, Vayne getting a double kill so early, that helped just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, think of it this way. You talked about how Shen got bullied a lot in lane, but he only died once. Think about that. He was still able to get over 200 CS. Still was able to be putting out 22 assists. Like, just look at that. Like, that's over like almost like 75%.
I mean, that's more than
kills.
this Galio, right? So I mean, it's more than he has more KP than the jungler. Like that's just ridiculous. And the mid lane and the support. So I mean, that is peak. And it's a good thing that you pointed that out, because yes, he made mistakes, I would say, in lane against this Mordekaiser, but at the end of the day, he's really just a shield buck, and he did that perfectly for Spunyan. And that's, lose lane, win game, right? That's the famous quote. That's exactly what Top Baller did. And they got the win. They don't care. They got the win, right? That's all that matters. And Kingpin are going to be continuing into the series 1-0 advantage.
Yeah, they will have this 1-0 advantage, which is great for them. Again, they capitalized really well on their team, and like you said, was definitely an easier team to play. But as we set up for this game 2 here, we're going to take a short break, so we'll see you guys shortly. Alrighty, we are back here at Runeterra Academy for freshman semifinals. We are going into game 2 draft right now. We have really good bands. Similar ones that we had before coming out from KPG, but it's some good, I think, executive choices coming out now from Big Ducks. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to point out, a great first game by Kingpin, and such a good game that MF and Amumu, the two highest picked champions so far in the playoffs, get through and picked by opposing sides. So misfortune, blue side first pick by Kingpin, not a surprise at all. Big Doug Entourage following it up with Amumu, and they keep the Aphelios. I feel like they prevail on the Aphelios. Felt good last game. I think he played pretty decently, as well as he could, right into the main Galio. Overall, we see pretty similar bans, except for Big Duck banning out the Vayne Galio. So they just didn't like the bot lane. They want to, okay, we respect it. What else you got, right? And Kingpin are like, okay, we'll take that. We'll take the misfortune. You didn't ban it. And we're going to keep our Volibear as well. He did a very good job farming it up and ganking. We were talking about how it's sort of weird for junglers to be hybrid like that, but I think Volibear did it pretty nicely that game.
He balanced it well. I think that's the thing is like Volley could balance it. It's just, do you overcommit into one or the other, and is that one or the other really going to be the beneficial thing in that aspect? Like, if you can't get ganks off again, because like you look at it like, okay, you can't gank the Zyra. It probably would be easier to gank the Anivia because you can stun her at least a little bit easier with the scare of the week. But now, okay. I was thinking Curse of the Sad 200 years being in the bot lane, but no, we're going to get the Blitzcrank coming out now from Big Duck.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting pick on the side of Big Duck Entourage. I don't want to say it's bad, I just want to say it's interesting, right? And by interesting, I mean you're sort of, no one's banning Blitzcrank, right? Like I don't think they ever would have banned Blitzcrank. And with this pick, you sort of reveal where your Amumu is going. And by yourself, you don't even know where the Seraphine is going, right? So I feel like Big Duck maybe unnecessarily cornered themselves, where now Kingpin can decide where they want the Seraphine to go, right? They can take it mid and then get a Morgana support or something, right? And all of a sudden the Blitzcrank is countered for unnecessarily reasons, I would say. And you also lose the flex pick of the Amumu. So we'll have to see how the draft pans out, but I just think it's interesting to reveal your support R3, unless they're like, they're like, okay, this is the game, Blitzcrank, we're gonna invade, we're gonna get first blood, we're gonna snowball super easily inside of Big Duck.
Oh, but
with that said, I do like the Tom Kench.
Yeah, I like the Tom Kench for a couple reasons. One, obviously very tanky. You can get a lot of licks out pretty quick and easy. Be kind of more of that monstrosity of a top laner. That even in solo queue or flex, a lot of people don't like going against it. Whereas we see a Mundo counter coming in. Okay, I can see that.
Well,
that was going to be my concern.
But...
is I would definitely say it's a counter. Are you kidding me? Like, you could chuck down the Tom with the cleaver. Yes, I know he could just rotate through Grey Health and do all that and everything, gain a shield, and then just be like, okay, you know what? It's not good in like that case kind of aspect. I think it's a counter because it's a late game counter. It's not a early game counter.
I think it's the opposite. I think Mundo, I just double checked online, Mundo has the gold advantage early on, but Tom Kench at this point is in a state where he has two counter picks. One of them being Heimerdinger and the other being Shen. And I think the Shen is a little bit overstated by the statistics for a reason I'm not sure of, because I don't think Shen is actually a counter. Maybe because of the global presence he can have, but Tom Kench is, without argument, the best blind pick top laner in the game at the moment. and I don't think Dr. Mundo is going to be able to bully him too hard, but we'll see.
Yeah, we do see Cassie's picked up and the Victor. So, ooh, okay. So that means Seraphine's going bot. Cassie mid into Victor, which is really going to be interesting because I think they run out a good team, honestly.
The only problem I have with that is I think I would have liked seeing the Seraphine rotated to mid and then having a Blitzcrank counter in the bot lane because I don't know. I'm definitely not an expert in bot lane, but I'm pretty sure Blitzcrank just beats that lane, right? They don't have any way of sort of, I don't know, like in my head canon, I feel like Blitzcrank just hooks Seraphine or Misfortune, and then they just get a huge chunk out. They force a flash when you could have had a Blitzcrank counter in the bot lane.
I guess you have two things. You have the charm that coming out there with the Encore, and then you also have the root that comes out of her too. So I think that's where, yes, if you pull someone, then they're kind of, especially if the Encore's up, Encore could hit double two people in that case, and maybe they lock them down that little bit more. Yes, one might be pulled in that little bit closer, but then if they're hitting both the Aphelios and the Blitzcrank at that same time, where they're hit with CC, then yeah, it's gonna be a lot harder. Because think of it this way: you're gonna be charmed in with the Encore, and you get bullet time going out.
Yeah,
that's a lot of damage.
That's a killer combo for sure. If you get the Encore into bullet time, you can absolutely shred. And I think that is going to be Kingpin's game plan, right? Because besides that, you do have the Cassiopeia for the extended damage, and you have the Mundo Volibear frontline. So you have a pretty solid game plan, right? Either you wombo combo with the Misfortune ultimate, or you just fall back onto this Cassiopeia to poison people to death. While on the side of Big Duck Entourage, you're playing the slow game, right? You're really, I would say, similar to last game, Kingpin's last game. Besides the Aphelios, you don't have a lot of sustained damage, right? The Victor, I think, plays a similar role as the Syndra, although I would say Victor probably leans a little bit less burst, more sustained, but he's still not a sustained damage dealer, I would say.
You're saying for, I'm sorry, Aphelios? You talking about, or who was it?
I think Aphelios is their damage dealer, and if they need to protect him as such, if they go for an extended team fight, because I don't think Victor, like he has a little bit of sustained damage with his Qs, but overall, it really just falls to this Aphelios to make the damage happen.
Think of it this way, like you said. The Victor probably won't be early on. It would be definitely more that late game, especially once he builds up his core that little bit better. He'll be able to do more in that case. I think you have to look at kind of simplicity, like we talked about. You talked about before in the last game, coming out from Kingpins, which is kind of similar again. It's very simplistic. Window run in. You have Bear running in. You have Cassie just trying to set up to get her ultimate off so that way she can turn people to stone. And then you have the Encore time coming out. So I think if you can get that, especially in a team fight, on top of Mundo pretty much just sticking on anyone as much as possible, or peeling, and you have the Bear going in. Yeah, I think that's going to be a lot for them in that case. But the counter side is you have Vinny playing a Mumu. With the Curse of Sad Money, could be really good in the case that you have Victor, put the gravity field down. And I think that makes that land that a little bit easier from that standpoint. You could get a hook off a little bit easier. You essentially just get everything, I think, a little bit easier as long as Amumu gets the curse off. So I don't know.
I agree with you. I do think the especially after seeing the first game in terms of vision control, team coordination, and overall champion proficiency. I do think Kingpin have the advantage in this second game. Although Big Duck do have um, potential, right? They have a lot of CC and they have an Aphelios hyper carry that can potentially, if get snowball, could carry the game, right? But that being said, I do think Kingpin, once again, they have the easier to execute comp. They have the Seraphine into Misfortune. And if that fails, you have Beefy Frontline and Cassiopeia running behind them. And in these types of games, I do think ease of execution is one of the most important factors. As long as you don't, throw the early game and give Aphelios an early double kill, right?
Yeah. I mean, what was I thinking of too? Like me, like I said, I was saying, I think both teams are very simplistic. I think it's just who really can perform their comp. I mean, it's always the game, but um, who can perform it that a little bit better. I'm still sticking by my decision of going with Kingpin because it's really easy. It's a go in with Encore, and you just do a lot of damage. That's it. Literally hit Encore on 2 people and they're done. But at this point, we do have spectator delay ticking down. I am going to send us to a quick break as we set up for this game 2 of Runeterra Academy's freshman semifinals. We have Kingpin up 1-0, so we'll see you guys shortly. Oh, I'm bugged though. Fuck. Alrighty, welcome back for game 2 of Runeterra Academy's Freshman League. We have, for the semis actually right now, we have Kingpin up 1-0 to the Big Duck Entourage right now for the Druids. So we do see Druids is 5 stacking right here, which is important. They should definitely do that. You know, Blitzcrank, gank as much as possible early on. So
Yeah.
I think they're just waiting to see if either King or Laxter is just going to step up here. Oh, not gonna be the case. But they are gonna go in. There might be a flash hook. Maybe do it. Oh, you have no balls. No balls. You should have done it.
Yeah. Flash, just do it. That would
Like
have been
honestly,
funny.
like it really doesn't hurt Blitz to flash because of the fact that it's more beneficial for King to have it compared to him.
I agree.
Like,
Yeah, I
you
think
look at
even if you trade flashes for nothing, like you don't even kill Seraphine, I think it's still worth it. With that said, I'm pretty sure you just kill Seraphine, right? You have the hook, you have the Tom Kench slow. Does a Mumu start Q? No, he starts W. So you don't have the Q, but I'm pretty sure you still just kill Seraphine there if the hook lands. And worst case, you blow flash. And as we said, Blitz having flash is not big of a deal compared to Seraphine.
yeah, because you look at usually a lot of take the hex flash when it's a more tankier support there. So that's why I'm saying like it definitely would have been fine. Like he should have burned it. Oh, good.
Oh,
I'm not right now. Early
just
on.
cleanse. Cleanse is gone. Fucking 20 seconds into the laning phase.
You know what? I guess not getting the flash at King is okay because now you get that.
Yeah, I mean, fair point.
True. But we do see mid has some good trading going. It looks like For Honor is actually getting really good trades out and surviving pretty well. Baller trying to go in right now, but looks like Tom just able to real just shy there, Tamir.
Yeah,
But
and
yeah.
having the threat of the Blitzcrank hook should give them a little bit of breathing pressure in lane. It's going to be hard for Spunnion and King to play aggressive in this lane when you have the threat of a Blitzcrank. And we do see a Mumu. Amumu's pathing is interesting. I'm not sure what his goal is. I guess he's pathing upwards towards the top scuttle. Or not, because Scuttle is spawning in 5 seconds. So him skipping wolves is very, very weird.
I think he's expecting the gank.
Yeah, I guess the failed gank is going to put him behind compared to the Volibear, who already has a camp up. But then again, he gets the Scuttle Crab. So now they're even CS, and Volibear is just sitting there in the bush waiting for something.
I think he's realizing like, hey, maybe I could go in, and that's what's going to be the case. Laxar is going in, uses the Storm Calling down, but gets hooked in right now. Oh my! Big stuck without a prevail there. They're going to have the not the Icon, the root going out coming from King, and that great flash by Spunnion just to make sure, hey, you know what? We're going to make sure you get punished for burning both your sums.
Yeah, and I mean that is, that's a lesson, kids. Don't save your summoner spells for next game, right? You got to do it early. Like if you're gonna flash heal, you got to do it before you take like your whole health bar and damage. Otherwise, you're just gonna get dove like he did. And
Like, look at this top lane. Like they're just trading so hard as wet noodles. And Tom is just look at this. Great health. Oh, he's actually really low. Oh my
Did he
god.
get the shield? Oh no, the blunder by Chief.
Oh my gosh.
And top baller is gonna take that freebie.
I mean, yeah, look at again, Cleaver comes up a lot quicker than the shield coming out from Chief. So unfortunately, Chief does have to fall here. And it's going to be a little detrimental to them because now he's going to have that level advantage. And the sooner that, Mundo takes himself out of lane to say even gank like mid or like heaven forbid, come help a jungler, go take a camp away from the Amumu. Ooh, that might be a little rough.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the difference between maybe in trouble here. Nope, he's gonna ult. Okay. 2 level advantage. Why not? Although I think
Exactly.
Chief gets level 5 off of this one.
He does. When he's here, he's gonna go in, uses the bandage toss, pops the passive out from top baller here, but is not going to be able to pick it up as they do walk over it. So no healing for you.
Yeah, and top baller getting that better reset is going to benefit him.
Oh,
You know, he's
we got a good hook coming out right now with the knock up, and oh my god, Prevail should be able to get this right here.
really
Only
good.
Tamir gets rooted right now, so he's got the orbs right now. He can root him now, and
That's great. The
easy.
flash.
He flashed because he's like, you know what? I think he's like slightly out of range. Like he thought maybe
Yeah,
Prevail was just like slightly out, and because of that, he's like, you know what? Let me just make sure, even if I take the
I call that
kill.
the intimidation flash. You flash just to break their mental, because they're like, "What? He didn't have to flash." Then you mental boom a little bit inside, so you win the mental game.
Exactly. Now, here's one thing I will note: he did not go Hex Flash,
Yeah,
surprisingly, which I would have thought maybe you would have done, especially when you have a Thrash or just anyone in general that's like kind of the thing going, oh no, Chief, going in again. I know you like the lick, but this Mundo too sexy for you right now with this business suit as he's doing so much damage right now. But I might have to eat my words there as Top Baller has to flash away because if he didn't, oh,
I
okay,
think
maybe
look at
not.
he has ultimate in like 2 seconds. Just ult, run him down.
It's
Mundo,
going to, I
please.
think.
There you go.
Yep, the whole thing running him down right now. And good job.
Oh, the
Hits the
flash,
flash away.
clutch.
So both flashes are down. And
Yeah,
yeah,
that flash to dodge the cleaver saved his life there. Chief Cleave, not too bad. Vinny may be in trouble here. Does have flash.
yeah, he doesn't flash. He gets away. I mean, he could have banished us back in. I think two things could have happened. He could have banished us back in. What do you mean at the restart? Uh-oh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All you gotta do is here. Why don't we do this? I will send us the break real quick. I'm gonna pause at 8 minutes here, and we will be back shortly. Alrighty. Sorry about that. We were having some slight stream issues. Yeah, love these good old
League of Legends
spectator
client.
moments. You know, it was
It's
sorry
a
to company,
pleasure
right?
to play this game.
Uh, man, I'm sure they love us talking about that every single time. I'm sure they
I
just don't
mean,
care.
you know, it's their own fault. It's their own fault. They could fix it if they wanted to. Anyway, we
True.
do see the Misfortune
Always
hitting
going.
level 6 bot lane. This could be the difference, but Amumu there, level 6 as well. There's the Curse of the Sad Mummy.
Yeah, Curse of the Sad Mummy coming in, and yeah, just nothing that you could do there. Seraphine, so like this is what you talked about. You have the Blitzcrank, who's really good, can pull out people very easily. Oh, Spunion's gonna go in with Laxer right now. Oh, Young Boy is already here.
Yeah, you guys are
Here's the
cut out a bit.
collapse.
You don't have Flash this time.
And yeah, I mean, you just have the pool coming down right now onto them, and yeah, it's just Young Rich gonna burn one, but in the process, you lost Spunyon, and you're losing actually all of you guys.
You know what? You remember what I said in draft? You're fine as long as you don't give Aphelios an early double kill. Well, they just gave Aphelios an early triple kill. 9 minutes into the game. That's a free dragon for the side of Big Duck. Aphelios 500 gold bounty. Oh, what a TP from Chief. Just a support.
Yeah, I mean,
And
and that's the thing is, you have to look at it was just a really good trade. Unfortunately, the TP is definitely getting punished here with top waller being up there, but
I mean, it's one plate and like a wave. Like if you're Big Dick Entourage, you
excuse me, one
trade
play.
that
Yeah,
every day
two right
to
now.
give your Aphelios a triple kill.
Oh my God, you were this man. This man is a businessman, and he's not going for that second plate. He's not greedy. He needs to do it.
Exactly, especially when you have the TP advantage.
Like your TP advantage, he has to run back. You got plenty of time. Get done it. No problem.
Like you're, as you said, he's a businessman. You actually are playing corporate Mundo, and you're not being greedy. That's like illegal.
It's super illegal. That's why I say I'm tilted, because I would be super greedy with that. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm not even RPing there. I just wanted, I would be like, Corey's not gonna be back in time. I could get a second plate. So,
yeah.
But besides of the little banter there for us with that, Prevail really did have a good fight. I didn't really say a lot about it, but other than just, he was able just to switch between guns really well. Able to just do so much damage.
I mean, it's just
they got the first straight.
It was looking so good for Kingpin. Like they had the collapse onto Vinny and Tamir, and then all of a sudden it just turns on its head. But look at Mundo in the top lane.
Yeah, Mundo getting eaten up right now, but is eating through that shield like crazy. They do have 4 Vinny here, where Vinny is going to banish toss in. Knock up, it's not going to land, but they are going to be able to lock him down. Unfortunately, you do see Curse of Sad Money be used after the death. So
I tell you, it's just intimidation at this point.
True.
It's just the BM, but
he's going to hit the. Oh my gosh!
Hey, there's the combo.
Yeah,
just like you were saying.
Exactly. You had a really good encore. You had the bullet time coming out. It's encore time. And yeah, it's just really good from that case. Just because of the fact that now, one, you boxed out the blitz behind, which means then he has to try and hook Laxer there, which is not who you want to hook. You'd rather hook Seraphine, I think, in that case, because then you could try to lock her down that little bit more. Because no matter what, Laxer just goes in. As we saw, he uses the ultimate down for Stormbringer and gets the turret damage to be avoided. Was able to go in and use his Q to a slap. And yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. It could have played a little differently. I think warding would definitely help there. As we mentioned in the last game, warding was a little difficult coming out from them. So
yeah, and that play is definitely favorable for Kingpin, right? 500 gold bounty going over to Volibear. Misfortune coming back with Kraken Flare. I mean, look at that. 4 mythics on the side of Kingpin and only 1 on the side of Big Duck. Despite the gold being equal, right? So Kingpin currently have major tempo on the map in terms of interesting. Anyway, in terms of having the tempo advantage, they have the resets, they have the gold spent, and right now any play they go for is going to be favored for them just because they're so far ahead in terms of mythics, right? Mythic power spike is real, and I guess there's the closest thing coming up would be Dragon in 55 seconds. So if they can force a fight on
Oh,
Dragon
oh
before
no.
Big Duck, but
Well, right
Prevail,
now, I need that. You got bullet time coming out right now just because of
yeah,
the
I
fact that,
mean,
hey, you had Spaniard just sitting in that bush being able to, oh no, you're going to get actually more reaction right now. Young Rich
yeah,
Boy is going to use the Petrifying
and
Gaze. Laxer goes in, and yeah, it's just,
and that's
oh no.
exactly what I'm saying, right? Forcing plays when you
Oh,
have the mythic advantage is so huge, and that's just the reward. I
oh, good ultimate coming
yeah,
out
I
from Blitz
mean,
right now. Good hook, knock up, everything. Everything's landing. Vinny is going to be able to lock down with the double
oh,
banish sauce, but you have the TP coming in right now from Top Baller. Top Baller trying to do what he can to potentially save Spaniard, but of
I mean,
course, doesn't have the
that
moment time.
was a good play. I'm honestly a little surprised it worked. I think just because the encore went wide,
Agreed.
but I think the dragon itself still goes over to Kingpin, tying up the dragons 1-1, and we're going to be seeing either Infernal or sorry, Cloud or Ocean Soul on this map.
Oh, we get Ocean actually.
Ocean,
So
another Ocean Soul, nice.
Ocean twice in a row. I think that's okay.
I think
We get
both
to
of these
see.
teams heavily utilize Ocean Soul. Um,
I agree.
So it's gonna. I think it's definitely heavily contested in this round.
Oh yeah. I mean, and that's the thing too. Is like okay, so both heavily contested. I mean, we look at gold. Gold is basically the same right now. You have 1-1 dragons. You are tied in kills. You do have one turret up right now for um Big Dog Entourage right now. So I think the I guess what's really the thing that keeps them in this game more. I mean, you already see you're down like basically 25 CS for the Aphelios here, but you're up 5-3-0. Like, how do you? He still doesn't have his mythic. They only have two mythics right now.
Yeah.
It just does, and I'm like, they still don't have mythic. But right now, he gets a really good hook onto Young Rich. Unfortunately, Laxer is just there
Yep.
to be like, hey, my guy, what are
I
you
buy
doing?
Blitzcrank.
And unfortunately, Blitzcrank will fall here. So yeah, and now that makes Prevail be like, okay, now I gotta back up, respect them that little bit more. Just because of the fact that yeah,
Hmm.
she's got petrifying gaze up, she didn't use it, so
Yeah.
she could literally just go in on him and just be like, bye bye. And no, you can't get away because if you use the which I mean she already used, but Miasma with the petrifying gaze, then you just have endless dot. You have endless Swift Fangs coming out. But Chief going in real hard right now on the Spawning and getting eaten up. Had a really good knockup
Yep.
and just
ADC in
licking
2021.
for days. Yeah, and I agree. ACs right now, a hard time. It's
Look,
rough.
he's full
Um,
HP.
all
Top
right,
lane is
Tom,
so broken, guys.
what did you expect? I mean, you're
No,
playing
no,
a top laner.
I was just memeing. That's funny.
I mean, hey, you
Anyway.
know what? It's hey, you know what? Be glad it's not Leona top. Just mauling you down. I mean, you already have to deal with Leona in support. Oh, they would have
Oh,
been really good to mirror.
that was close. I think the one benefit, like yes, the gold is equal, but Kingpin have the gold evenly spread out among their carries, and I think that's what's differentiating these fights between Kingpin and Big Duck, right? Because currently, majority of Big Duck's gold is on Prevail on this Aphelios, and even then, right, he still doesn't have his mythic yet. Like, yeah, he's sitting on 2K gold, but he needs to back. He needs to spend it, right? Because right now, if a fight breaks out, he's their carry, but he doesn't have. He's sitting on 2K gold. Your carry can't be sitting on 2K gold um, for like 5 minutes in a row. Like it just doesn't make sense. He needs to back, spend it because he is the playmaker. The play has to revolve around him because he's the carry, right? So Big Duck are currently at a pretty major disadvantage if anything breaks out on the map.
And that's the thing, like your Aphelios has all the kills pretty much. Your Tom's getting there. And you look at Vinny. Vinny has pretty much participated in 80% of the kills right now. So you have to look at it from that standpoint. That's still good. But the fact is, sure, he can. Oh, Oh, okay. The emote taunt. All right. The good old come at me. He could have definitely came at you. And I would have definitely respected it, kind of a thing, if he bursted you down. Because again, even though you don't have your mythic, you're still pretty squishy. So he's to definitely respect it. I know he had someone come in the mid lane, but still, like, gotta respect it. So,
Yeah.
but Rift is coming all the way down because Chief hit it, and you know, just
He's
the
going on
legends
a trip to
things.
Africa. Yeah, and with
Hey, you don't just say about the rains down in
third
Africa.
dragon coming up, 20 seconds. This could be the start of the end, right? It's not close, right? It's not soul point. It's not
Oh,
volley
good.
bear.
Now Valley has to use
Wow.
Stormbreaker out.
Where's the Stormbringer?
So yeah, really good job, I think, there, just because of the
Uh,
fact that
what?
oh,
Was that a misclick?
I'm assuming
That's
it's a misclick.
trolling. Oh,
Oh my! But it baits him in. So
what is
hey, look,
happening?
the petrified gaze now on the top, who TP'd in right now, and he gets bursted down. Vinny goes in, trying to do something to help out his team, but unfortunately, is not gonna be able to do anything. Top baller also came down, is doing moves because he is the shot caller right now, as he is able
What
to
is
help out
happening?
his
What?
team. But
How did
unfortunately,
Kingpin win?
I you know,
That's
um,
illegal.
it's
You
very
get two
illegal.
ultimates for free. What happened? Absolute
Well, you fought a
tragedy.
choke. That's part of the problem. You fought a choke. You got a couple hit with
Yeah.
petrifying gaze. Um, they were able to get bursted down. The fact is, same thing. Vinny didn't have mythic there. Vinny just got it now.
Yeah.
So you have to
No,
look at it
I
from that
yeah.
standpoint. So it's like, okay, you're losing a lot of damage and magic resistant armor that you could have had. Now you're looking at, you don't have more of that pressure that you thought you could bring. And even though, yes, they burned, a couple ults there, coming out from Kingpin, they just weren't able to capitalize properly with it. So,
I
but
mean
right now, they're bullying out the volley bear here, but actually a really good double root coming out right now from King
oh
Kraus, which
my
means we're gonna have
gosh.
Tamir fall down. There is poison right now on Chief Queef, so Chief, he really, really needs to hope that he can stay alive, which the shield does come up perfectly in time. But the
Oh my gosh,
make it rain
guys.
just being so detrimental on this.
The bros. Oh, it hurts.
Victor, it's unfortunate
Oh
that
my
she's getting out the
god.
damage, but still,
Oof.
it's just, you gotta
That
give the
is
respect to the MF.
anyway, Kingpin take the dragon. They take two fights in a row. I think Big Duck's mistake. They get the Stormbreaker for free. They force the flash. They get the Encore for free because of a misclick.
Mhm.
And then Big Duck advance and fight in the choke point? No, just turn around, take the free dragon. Kingpin can't contest, right? They don't have Encore. The best they can do is bullet time over the wall and hope that they steal it. And that didn't happen. You force the foot in the choke point. Cassiopeia is disgusting, gets a huge petrifying gaze, and all of a sudden you lost two fights in a row. That's three, yeah, 3K gold down the drain. You lost the dragon, and all of a sudden, this Cassiopeia is fed, the misfortune's fed. You're in a really bad spot if you're Big Duck.
Yeah, like, you still have a Pedophalio 6-3 right now, compared to the 4-4-3
I
coming out
mean,
from the MF. I
yes,
mean,
but compare that to this misfortune, right? 4 and
mm,
4, but she's up 26 CS. Like she's
yeah,
300 gold ahead of him, despite yeah, you're down 2 kills, but that CS lead alone just equalizes their gold. And she has 2 items, he has one. This Cassiopeia has 2 items, and no one on the side of Big Duck has 2 items, and that's just the differential in these fights. Kingpin are just
well,
so ahead right now that Big Duck needs to settle back, CS just a little bit. I mean, you're losing CS in all 3 lanes, and then jungle is ahead, I guess, but only slightly. So you just gotta get your gold, scale up, and not run down the fights over and over again.
Yeah, I think the big thing for them is they really need to get him back, for Prevail because he's up. He's got 2,500 gold to spend right now. I mean, it's just going up. So he really needs to just go back, get his second item, and be able to just create more of that pressure and more of that damage. I know he's not going to obviously turn the executioners into the second item, but still,
Hopefully.
just gotta farm it out. I would hope not, but you never know.
No, I definitely agree. Big Duck are I think are they're definitely lacking in terms of their tempo, which just means like this is 2 or 3 times now that Pruvial has been on the map for an extended period of time with 3K gold in his pocket. Like that's ridiculous. I mean, Victor's backing on 1,500, which is that's what you back on, right? You back on once you get to 1,000, 2,000 maximum, you need to start getting your bases in, and Prevail is not helping. Like if you're behind, you're behind, right? Like right now they're down 3K gold, but Prevail's sitting on 3K gold, so that's more like a 6K gold deficit in terms of raw stats on the battlefield. Um, and Mundo may be in trouble here potentially. No, he just flashes. I don't think he had to
Nah,
flash,
didn't
but
need him.
he had the ultimate speed up. Anyway, here's back. Spend your gold. It's winnable. It's not like it's 3K gold, right? This is petty change.
Right. It's not that much. I mean, you have to look at that Chief. Oh my gosh, you can still bully it again. I know you got gray health, but still, like,
Yeah.
gotta respect the
Taking
window,
the
man.
taking the cues face to face to face, it really adds up.
He's okay with it. He doesn't have to worry about much.
Oh, don't get me started on the Thornmill second on Mundo. Ugh. Really, it really annoys me
Both went
when.
Thormill second, though.
Well, I mean, it works for Tom because he has CC. Mundo doesn't have CC. He can't even proc the passive. Like, sure, you can sit on Bramble Vest, but upgrading it to Thornmail is just a huge waste of gold. Compared to buying like Randuin's Omen, you're literally wasting, like statistically you're wasting gold on stats that you can't use, that um because you're never going to be able to proc the 60% grievous wounds anyway. So if you just sit on the Bramble Vest, you're going to get the maximum value out of your 800 gold, and then you can spend the rest on your next item, and then all of a sudden, oh, Blitzcrank.
Yeah, Blitzcrank just going up here way too far. Uses a sweeper to realize, hey, the whole team's here, and unfortunately falls down this process. But we see the Curse of the Sad Time. Curse of the Sad Bubby come out. Bullet time was used,
I mean,
but was not able to
Aphelios.
take. Then
Oh
Aphelios is
my.
just being very cracked as he has again
I
really
mean,
kicked
look,
butt.
that's what happens when you spend your gold. Look, now he's on 2.5 items. He was on one before. So he
Yeah,
literally bought a full Runons and a Last Whisper from that reset. That's what I'm saying. You gotta, once he backed for the tempo, got to the dragon, he just got like a triple kill or a double kill. And all of a sudden, Big Deck are right back into the game. Gold's even. They get mid turret. Even up the dragons.
exactly. I mean,
Very,
like you said,
very big.
everything's even up now, and they're only down 1K gold, so it's not bad.
And I mean, I think that's just the consequence of Kingpin. They had a really good initiation and
Mhm.
they were dealing damage, but they were so grouped up that, Vinny got a full Curse the Sad Mummy. I'm pretty sure, Victor's Chaos Storm was just chugging away. And then once the Moonlight Vigil came down, it was just over. And then Aphelios just auto attacks a couple times, finishes it off. And look, Aphelios, 3 items, just finishes his Lord Dominic's Regards. He's huge on this map. Only person, actually, Cassiopeia has 3 items, but she doesn't have to buy boots, so that's cheating.
Yeah, super cheating, definitely. But yeah, I mean, you have to look at, okay, what's kind of, the big thing about the three items. I mean, you look at Prevail, who's just exponentially going to get better and better and better. Will be able to deal with the two tanks,
Yeah.
and hopefully just has enough peel. In that case, that's where like you're gonna have Tom and Vinny go in. So this is where Tamir needs to help out, and then For Honor needs to kind of just play in between the two because he can just gravity field in the back. This way, anyone tries to go on to Prevail has to go through that, but then be able to use like the Storm in the front. So then that way, it's kind of like really good zoning. So this is where like it's nice to have the Victor, even if Victor's only 1, 2, and 6, which has almost 200 farm there. So cores are getting evolved and everything like that. But I think that's the big thing that they have to kind of worry about is okay. How do we get our Victor going more, and can we use the Victor effectively to again use that zoning in a team fight? So then that way, the two tanks can stay up front, being Vinny and Chief, and then you keep your blitz in the back. So this way, if they try to go in, you can silence them. In that case, knock them up, pull them, just do a lot of damage. I mean, look at it there. Look at those crits. Like,
Yeah,
it's so good.
I definitely agree. Yeah, and overall, I feel like these fights are really close, right? They're just small, micro mistakes that are causing either Kingpin or Big Duck, right? They both had win or loss fights in the last 10 minutes. I think it really just comes down to who makes either who makes the first mistake or who makes the less critical mistake. And this may be
Like
a mistake right here.
critical mistake because now you just hit the volley, go in, and he jukes away that little bit, and unfortunately you let your MF get hooked. And Top Catch is going right now with the dive onto the Cassiopeia, and now she can't do anything, even though she used her
Yeah.
petrifying gaze. She's not able to come up with anything in that process. So great job by them to get a 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Baron.
when your misfortune dies first, that just look like I would say like infinitely lowers the potential of the encore, right? Because the whole point of the combo is you encore into a full channel bullet time, but you can't bullet time if your misfortune is dead, right? And Volibear actually looking for a cheeky steal here. He does have flash up in like 5 seconds with a blast cone. Does he get it? Oh my god!
That's
No!
actually, oh my god, he's cracked. He's actually cracked. It was a really
I
good
mean,
job
Vinny
there.
had the smite. Just smite it. Oh, tragedy.
I think he was comfortable with the fact that he didn't have to worry about anything, honestly. I think here's the other problem, too. So he smited. I think actually here's what happened. He probably smited, but if you smart cast, you know how, like, if you just hover over, like, the spot of where you're doing it and someone, like, a champion comes into place there, it automatically goes after the champion then.
No,
It's
he
a
didn't smite
weird.
it. He didn't smite at all. It would have gone on cooldown. He just didn't smite. Period.
Oh, he also had it on cooldown, though.
Was it on cooldown? Okay.
Yeah, because like after that fight, he already had it on cooldown. So that's what I'm saying. Like, either he used it early, or in the case there, I thought he hit it onto volley.
Okay, so then just another mistake, right? Smiting early
Right.
or accidentally hitting a champion. I mean, the champion one it sucks, right? That's just the consequence of using a mouse. Yeah, you're gonna hit champions sometimes. But that is so point for the side of Big Duck, Force to Flash. That's pretty solid. No casualties. You get a free dragon and a free flash. Now they really just got to wait out this Baron, try not to lose too much. You do have pretty good wave clear. You have Aphelios with the Runon's Hurricane, and as well as the Victor. You can pretty much just one-shot these waves. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Actually, Baron's still up, yeah.
Yeah, Baron's up. They could go for that play if they wanted to do the Baron dance and see if you can bait out some champions. But you
That's
did
close.
a very risky back there, Prevail. What? You know what? That's fine. You're gonna have. Or just go in, hit it.
At least get the like if you're gonna go like to get the demolish, just get the demolish.
Well, I guess they figured, hey, you know what? Save it for this turret.
Maybe, yeah. Could be.
Because then they'll be able to get. Okay, just don't use it again.
Just don't use it. Just don't use it.
Yes, so hard.
One thing I do want to note is Big Duck's vision is a lot better this game than it was last game. We see pink wards all over the map, normal wards all over the map from both teams. So well played by Big Duck. A lot better this game than it was last game, and I think it's really helping them out this game. Not getting caught out. They have the vision all over the map.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I noticed that earlier on. And I was like, they actually have some pretty good wards. And I was going to say something, but I was like, no, let's wait a little later because I knew like juicy stuff was coming with fights and everything. But yeah, I mean, that's what you have to look at is the name of the game is wards, especially with this, because if you can have vision, so you see where Viber's at or even anyone else that's not in lane, then you could be like, okay, you know what? This is the move to go for Baron because they're all near bot. Or, okay, Mundo's top, dealing with Tom. So that means 4 are going to be coming at us, which is Bear and then all squishies. So that means then 1 tank is going to be frontline and you can just burst through them. So, uh-oh. Rich Boy could have used the Miasma the other way there, I think. It could have taken a Prevail, but not going to be the case here. Good hook with the Root coming out right now. And Arkar does go off, but is not going to save her in the process. Tom going in, getting them licks. How many licks does it take out of the Tootsie Pop here? And it's just able to
flash forward,
come down. Then, yeah, we do see Storm is coming out. We do see the dive happen, but does not connect. So we do see Bear just using Z. Nothing. Just a little poke. Get a little tickle,
And
but
a little bit of compensation for that Baron steal, right? They do get the pick. I mean, honestly, this is the type of macro that we just didn't see from Big Duck last game. So I'm very impressed with them. They're doing better in the vision. They're doing better with these macro calls, getting these picks. And I think they're definitely, gold's pretty much even. It's down to 1K disadvantage. It used to be 3K, right? As I said, that's pocket change. That's tossed in one team fight. So props to Big Duck. And they, if they can get this Dragon Soul in 1 minute and 10 seconds, they may be in a very solid position to win this game.
Yeah, they could definitely be very solid at this point just because of the fact that, again, you still have a really good team that benefits from it. Obviously, everyone always benefits from Ocean, but you have to look at, you have Tom Kench, who is really just that like sustained top laner that can just have even more presence with that. You can have it give your Aphelios just more stats that he doesn't need, but you know what? This is what dragons are for. We're giving I'd say not useless, just endless stats to champions, and yeah, I think that's gonna be really beneficial to them if they can get that. But you do have Baron coming up in 20 seconds, so I guess the question is: you trade out Baron? Do you do a Baron dance? Do you just say, hey, you know what? They're sitting here. Let's go down.
I don't even think Big Duck should care about this Baron at all. I think they 100% want this Ocean Soul. And if Kingpin gets the Baron, so what? Baron buff is temporary. Ocean Soul is forever. They're sitting here for a trap. They just push mid, go Dragon, get it for free. Kingpin, they can go for Baron, sure. But it's really not, I don't think it's going to help them in the long run at all.
No, I don't think it will either. They are damaged.
They're not even going for it. What are they doing? They're not even at least get the Baron. What? Okay, well now they just gave away Ocean Soul for free. They're just running around the jungle for 30 seconds doing nothing. They could have easily taken Baron there. They have Misfortune. They have Crit Misfortune. They have a Cassiopeia. That was just weird. Like they started it. They cleared vision and then they just left.
Yeah,
anyway, so Yeah, go ahead.
It's a just weird thing, like you said, like it's just like just do it at that point. Like, oh, good hook on in onto Chapar.
What?
Chapar. That's a prop show.
He's a Mundo.
It's
You can't
nowhere.
do that.
He's a boss. He's a boss man.
Anyway,
I was gonna say something
I
completely
mean,
different, but you know what? I got myself there.
like at this point,
um,
Big Duck just goes and takes the Baron because Kingpin didn't take it. Now you have to fight them with Ocean Soul. You just lose. I mean, Aphelios has 4 items and a stopwatch. He's nuts right now. Um, yeah, look how fast she's gone. I mean, Cassiopeia TPs. It's Baron's already dead, bro.
yeah, like even if they
Blitz hook
double
goes
TP there,
wide.
it's not even worth.
Yeah.
Like now you give a temporary buff,
Ooh,
which
this
is really
is.
strong to them. You already
I mean,
gave the
this
Ocean
is not the
Soul.
Kingpin we saw in the first game at all. I mean, they're slipping.
A little bit in that case, but I look at like you have a change of pace that is definitely very different this time around
Hmm.
for
Yeah.
Big Duck Entourage, because you have to look at that. You have a little bit more tanks, a little bit more CC, a kit that I think can work very well with your bot laner. So that's where I think it's more of that detrimental effect um, for Kingpin here that you didn't see in the first game because Zyra just couldn't really perform. And now you see that the Blitz is performing very well right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, I definitely think the Zyra pick was one of the faults in the first game strat from the side of Big Duck. Um, but Big Duck, why are you
Mhm.
sieging mid against this perma wave clear? Push top, push bot. Okay, Victor's going. Okay, I was gonna go out of my mind, but Victor is going. He does have the TP if a fight is forced. Looks like they're forcing a fight. Victor hopefully TPs. There
Yep,
it
it's
is,
TPing right
and
now. They are going in right now to prevail. Not going to work on that case. They are going to
there's
use
the
the.
Donovan truck.
Look at this. Healthy. There's because this Ocean Soul, and because of that, now that means that Failures gets a double
They
kill,
just
and
they just eat a full channel MF ult, just casual, casual.
hashtag just leak things.
Hilarious.
And yeah, this is why look at the Prevail is already at full health for nothing. Just the Dragon
That's
Soul.
like that's like
And
that's like 5k damage from that ability. They just chug it off. No big deal. That's the power of this Ocean Soul, and that's going to be one inhibitor. They're going for the base turrets. One turret is gone. Can they just end the game here? I think they can. 15 seconds left on the respawn timers. Should be GG for Big Duck Entourage. Game 2, 1-1.
yeah, so we're gonna see series go to 1-1, which is really good. Just for the fact that we get more than 3 games. First off, 2 shows that this time around, Big Duck learned something from their game 1.
Absolutely, yes. I think the draft was scores better than it was last time. Um, and on top of that, I think Kingpin, their execution faltered a little bit in the second game, especially letting Aphelios get the lead he did and not, right? Like, even after that, Kingpin, they had the lead for a majority of the game. They had the Baron steal, they had the gold advantage, but they just didn't have the same execution they did from the first game. And that's a little bit worrying to me, right? Because if you step off of the easy point click, global ultimates, and all of a sudden you're losing, you either gotta figure out what's going wrong so you can execute these a little bit difficult comps, or you just gotta go back to what's working and just pick the Shen Galio again so you can win, right? Because if you got, I mean, a win's a win, right? If you have to pick that type of composition to win, you got to do it. Otherwise, figure out what exactly happened. But Big Duck is going to take that one pretty handedly, and nice damage charts, honestly. Mundo, a lot of damage, uh, more than I would have expected from a Mundo. But overall, no surprises. Aphelios topping the damage charts. Pretty nice
Wet
game
noodle
too.
fight.
Yeah,
You have to
yeah,
look at
true.
again. You could spam the cleaver a lot more than Tom's abilities. So that's
Yeah,
one of
that's
the
true.
things right there. To anytime he sends a minion in through with his E, he's trading damage and doing a lot. It's kind of like just Cyan's E, where you just send a minion through and poke out champions a little bit with that. And yeah, I mean he's just able to sustained really well, a lot of damage, which did help them a little bit in that case. But unfortunately, you had an Aphelios that just got 200 gears going on. Was able to do a lot too. So at this point, though, I think we are going to take a short break as we set up for this game 3. We are tied now, 1-1 between Kingpin and Big Duck Entourage. This is your freshman semifinals for Runeterra Academy. So we'll see you guys shortly.
Clouds move closer, but with a deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted.
Alrighty, we are back now for Game 3's picks and bans. We have a 1-1 tie now between Kingpins and Big Duck Entourage. This is going to be Runeterra Academy's freshman semifinals. And yeah, this is okay. We actually get some change ups. I like this.
Yay!
How do you feel about this?
I mean, first off, I appreciate Kingpin respecting the Aphelios and banning it. I think Aphelios' last game was the only reason they won. That's a bit much, but I think the Aphelios was. I mean, you guys saw those combos in the team fights. Like he mopped up so well that that's why it happened, right? And Kingpin are like, we're gonna snap up the Mumu. MF is still on the table. I'm curious if Big Duck are gonna grab it. And worth noting, Braum was banned in the first 2 games by Kingpin. They dropped it for the Aphelios, and Big Duck, they're like, fine, we'll take the Braum. Thank you very much. And they're snagging up the Misfortune as well.
I was gonna say, how about Maokai? I was like, interesting.
Yeah, that would have been weird.
Isn't horrible. He got a buff recently, so he's starting to climb back up a little bit. But yeah, I'm like, if they didn't take Braum and they had Maokai, it'd be a whole different story. I think, okay, Maokai support maybe, but yeah, no, definitely interesting with that. Oh, okay.
Wow, that's
all
very
right.
forward.
The Soraka, I think, is good because you could use her either in support or top. I think top would be good because then you can kind of just still play that protect the ADC comp, which is kind of what you're starting to build. You already have the Mumu, who can go in and do that. You have the Zaya, which, okay, there you go, great disengage, especially with the ultimate.
Wow, that's really snap big Ludo. Just it's like no hesitation. I like it on the side of Big Duck. There's like, all right, we want the Nunu. And from the side of Kingpin, I wouldn't underestimate Soraka ADC, especially into a Nunu. Like, that Nunu pick was way too fast. I don't know, like, Soraka counters Nunu so hard. It's kind of ridiculous. Because anytime Nunu comes in with a snowball, Soraka just silences the ground and Nunu stops. Like, because the silence stops Nunu from snowballing. So any gank from Nunu that isn't, like, behind them, right? Like, it just ends in disaster. So I really like the Soraka pick, and I'm a little confused with the Nunu pick just because Big Duck are going to have a hard time. I mean, like, if they want to snowball with the Nunu, pun intended, they're going to have to snowball a lane that isn't bot lane, just because of the Soraka existing. That being said, I do like the Shen continuing to be banned by Big Duck, and Kingpin banning the same stuff. So what's your opinion on the second round of this draft? What should each team be bringing to the table to round out their comps?
Yeah, this is okay. So I like the band stay the same for the second rotation. Okay, we're going where I thought it might have gone, which is Nivea again. Just because Nivea had really good wave clear. Sets up perfectly with Nunu because now you create a wall that no matter what, someone's got to deal with now. Whether and think of it this way, he smacks that wall with that snowball, you're getting knocked up. It's probably a max snowball, which means you're taking a lot of damage with that, and just be able to lock down. Which is smart though from them though. Go with the Sidra again. Worked very well into the Anivia, so I think that's smart on their option to go with that. Now we need.
Question is, what do they round out the top lane with? Yeah, like Shen is banned. I think the Mundo last game was a little bit underwhelming in my opinion, but they're just snagging up the Tom Kench. I'm curious, what does Big Duck respond with Chief having to deal with his own pick?
Led or Heimer.
There's the Heimerdinger. I told you, Tom Kench top has 2 counters. Heimerdinger and Shen. Shen is banned, so flip it. Let's just bring out the Heimerdonger.
Oh, and
he's hesitating. Does he actually want it? No, he wants the Malphite. Okay.
He's taking the Malphite instead. I think that rounds up their comp very well, just because the Downfall Force helps with a lot of things. A low econ top champion. Now, one thing we didn't talk about, and I actually remembered why it would still be good to have Shen, is Spirit's Refuge, the W. Being able to block a lot of the licks there does help out a lot in that case. So you're not getting the fish stacks coming onto you.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're not going to be able to be stunned as easily in that case. So that's nice.
Yeah, it's true. I definitely think that's true. The one error I'm seeing, not error, but the one weakness I'm seeing from Big Dick Entourage is they have this MF and they have a lot of ways for getting a really good bullet time, right? They have the Rom setup, the Malphite setup, and like I guess a Nivea stun, Nunu Snowball. They have a lot of CC that can enable a really good bullet time. But if you take Misfortune out of the picture, everything falls into this Anivia. And I think Anivia is going to have a hard time dealing with Kingpin's comp just because they have so much engage, they have so much disengage, they have the sustain from Soraka. I think I'm favoring Kingpin just because Big Duck, they have a wombo combo. And if their wombo flops, then they kind of just lose. And that's exactly what we saw last game with Kingpin, right? They had the Misfortune and the Seraphine for the big wombo with the Encore, but it just never really panned out that way. And Big Duck was able to, generate leads elsewhere and win the fights regardless, even with the wombo. So I think I'm leaning towards Kingpin just right off the bat. But, obviously having the possibility of a wombo is never a bad thing by itself. So Big Duck has the potential. The problem is you have to find an opportunity to make use of the potential. And if that happens, and that's a big if, right, then you can start winning the game. But the problem is that Kingpin are winning by default until Big Duck make such a play.
I would agree with that. I would say that they're going Kingpin wins until Kingpin makes a mistake. Like this is Kingpin's game to win, and the only way they lose if they start making mistakes and Big Duck Entourage is able to capitalize on that in that case. So I think that's the big thing is if they could do that, then it could go in their favor. But you're going against Tom, the Amumu, which are both really good last game. We've seen Young Rich's Syndra already today, and that performed very well. So,
and we've seen Spondian. I mean, he hard carried on Bane, and now he's playing on Xayah, another ADC that has a lot of self peel, and with a Soraka that's just going to be perma healing you. I think that Kingpin, as you said, it's their game to win, it's their game to lose, and Big Duck they're sort of, I guess I would say that they're sort of backed into a corner, right? You're forced to whip out a wombo combo, and if you can do that, you win, and if you don't do that, you just lose because. I think I would feel differently if the Soraka wasn't on Kingpin's team. And the reason I'm saying is because you locked in Nunu, you have to gank some lane, right? And are you going to gank the Tahm Kench against the Malphite? No, right? Nunu Malphite is never going to kill a Tahm Kench. Like, that's just fact, right? Unless Tahm Kench, literally runs it down, Tahm Kench is never going to die, right? Malphite Nunu just doesn't have the damage. So then your only two options are to gank the mid lane or the bot lane. You can't gank bot lane because whenever you do, Soraka just silences you and your gank fails just right off the bat. So you can't gank bot lane. So now you're forced into ganking mid lane. And if Kingpin are if they're aware of this, then make sure Mumu's always, hovering counter gank. And all of a sudden, Nunu just can't do anything. The only thing Nunu can do, I guess, is solo dragons, which, sure, if you can get away with that, then that's good. But Kingpin, they're probably it, they'll see you, they'll rotate, and Big Duck at that point, right? You pick the Nunu for the ganks, but you don't actually have the ganking opportunities. Actually, I don't even think Nunu can gank Syndra because if Nunu comes in, Syndra just scatters the weak. Your only opportunity is if Scatter the Weak's on cooldown, which, fair enough. But that's, it's a really weird position to be in if you're Big Duck Entourage.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. Scared a week, yes, it doesn't come up as often, but the problem is yes, it is one of those annoying ones, especially if you have a ball in there. But the aspect of ganking, I think in general is going to be a little bit hard for the Nunu. Now, what would be interesting is what kind of Nunu do we get? Do we get like a Predator Nunu? Do we get like Electrocute? Like, what are we getting? Like Comet? I don't know. Out of him,
Yeah.
and I
Mm.
think if you do Predator, it could be okay, because of the fact that you just pop that thing right before you go in, you use your W to charge up and everything,
Yeah.
and you might be able to either out get yourself of the the silence zone for Soraka, or you have to play it so she bans it or burns it early, and then you're
Mhm.
able to kind of get them in that case. But at this point, though, we are ticking down with the spectator delay. We are going to take a short break as we get into this game 3 here for Runeterra Academy's freshman um, semifinals. Jeez, I almost couldn't talk there. We'll see you guys shortly.
Dark clouds move closer, but with a deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say.
Alrighty, we are back here for Runeterra Academy's freshman semifinals. This is game 3 between Kingpin Gaming versus Big Duck Entourage Druids, and they are tied 1-1 right now.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I didn't really say who I was going to choose. So I, as much as I would like the spice to
30
win
seconds until minions spawn.
that comes out of Big Duck Entourage, I think I'm going to go with Kingpin this time around.
Yeah, and I definitely think I'm with you on that one. I think Big Duck, they have an opportunity to win. That being said, I do think that Kingpin are going to have a much easier time securing a lead, holding it, getting objectives, and overall just making positive plays
Minions have spawned.
to get that win. And with both junglers starting topside, it seems we should be seeing some spicy action bot lane. around the 315 mark. I'm expecting the Syndra to have priority mid over this Anivia just based on what we were seeing in game one, right? We saw Young Rich Boy pretty commanding presence on the Syndra, um, forcing the Anivia pretty much out of lane very early, just popping the egg. And that was pretty crucial for Laxer to get the Scuttle Crabs, and most likely going to be seeing similar things happening in this game. But it should be pretty smooth sailing to begin with, right? Top lane, absolutely nothing. I'm expecting them to be 0-0-0 for the first like 15 minutes of the game, to be honest with you. And if any action happens, it's going to be mid lane or bot lane. And whether or not anything happens, I think it mostly depends on whether Nunu or Amumu can force a fight to happen just based on the ganks. But level 2 first for the side of Big Duck.
Yeah, level 2 coming up for them means then they're able to put out that little bit more pressure. As we saw in mid, fishing is getting traded. Yep, again, number 1. Oh, but responds back with the Flash Frost. Okay. So, and that's the thing with this lane in mid. It's like it's very trade heavy. Like, okay, both can land their stunts and then do their follow up, and they just get hyper stuff just because of the electric procs. But, oh, Nunu came mid already.
Yeah, and kind of interesting. No flashes were burned, so. And we are going to be seeing a little bit of conflict on this scuttle. Big Duck does have the bot lane priority, and Syndra is out of mana, so that is going to be Nunu's buff. And may even go for the double scuttle. She still has to clear. Nunu still has to clear Boo buff, so the top scuttle is going to remain available for now until one of the junglers decides to rotate over.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case there. I think Nunu is going to be able to clear pretty quickly. Again, just young rich boy just bursting out.
Early damage. Ouch.
With that Syndra. So, oh boy. We have top though. Try to go in on Chief. Chief has those 3 fish stacks, so he can be stunned and can be eaten. But eat is not up yet, and no tongue licking will be stacked on him yet. So, what we do see, Amumu is coming down here on his bot side. Laxer lands the bandage toss, even though the shield's up right now. Could be real bad for them, but Tamir just keeping his cool.
Behind me, very. Nunu Snowball coming in strong. Oh, the silence misses. There's the flash.
Yeah, it has to use the flash because unfortunately just couldn't get that silence in the right spot there.
That was a weird, maybe a misclick, but it seemed like it was going nowhere. Nice root by Zaya.
Oh, get the bandage toss coming in onto Vinny right now. Vinny did a lot of damage, but so was Young Rich there. Young Rich was just able to be traded down so easily because of the wall. So good job by fishing there. Oh, I don't know. So based on this, so we talked about top, where it's just gonna be a wet noodle fight. We don't expect anything really to happen for a very, very, very long time. Basically 6 on, which is gonna be here shortly. What about these junglers? Because there's no kills on the board yet. They've put a lot of pressure. Which side do you think is gonna get first blood?
I mean, I think it's a really, really good thing for the side of Kingpin that no first blood has been drawn yet, right? You were saying in draft that they're the safer team, and Big Duck are sort of under pressure to make something happen in order to get in a position where they can win the game. So, that being said, that was close. As to who gets first blood, Ooh. I mean, just looking at wave states right now, I would I would lead that Kingpin gets the first blood, but Top Baller in a bit of a pickle here. Yeah, he may
Top
die.
Power
He dies
in
here.
a little bit of pickle. Gets the Gray Shield, but unfortunately is going to fall. So as you see, the camp tent does come out from the Nunu, being able to just trade very well. The snowball lands, what he needs to do, and
Top Baller making me look silly. I said there's no way Tom Finch dies to a gang, and theoretically he shouldn't have, but anyway, Mumu here with the counter gank flash, bandage toss.
yeah, Flash Bandage Toss goes in. You have Braum with this thing United. He was blocking a lot with his shield.
So
Failed.
close.
Took pretty much minimal damage, which is great. Again, and we do see that we're gonna have to have Mirror has to back. Laxer is going to go into Nunu's jungle to see where he can spot him out. Sees him on the wolves there. Knows, okay, I can go mid, clear out this ward potentially here, and try to help out Mighty Linear.
Yep, and
Or is it going to do it all? Because this game. We do see that Air Trick is first, and it hasn't been taken though yet.
yeah, I mean that's the first thing I thought when I saw the 2 new dragons coming next season is, oh my god, Cloud Dragon's even more useless now. Which is why they're modifying it a little bit to make it more useful. But we see Braum, a little bit of spicy action, gonna drop a pink ward for his buddy, fishing in the mid lane. And Nunu's looking for a gank, but Young Rich Boy is already under turrets. And Nunu's just gonna go all the way back home.
Yeah, it has to go back home, unfortunately. Trades are happening still onto Young Rich. Yeah, see, that's the thing, though, is like, that snowball could work if you get a really good wall. Honestly, that's all you need to do. The top takes a lot of damage there with the gray health. Able to regen back. No problem or anything there, so. But. Oh, yeah, they're doing the dragon. Okay. Alright. Excuse me, they're probably on both lanes, so doesn't surprise me.
Yep, and Nunu definitely great at objectives, just having the large amount of true damage. And with an Fertile Dragon coming up next, that's going to be an Earth or Mountain or Ocean Soul. Probably going to be Ocean. We already had 2 so far. Looks like it's rainy on the Rift, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised either. We also did have air and fire last game, so I'm curious to see if we had the same thing again in the first game. I don't remember where the dragons were, but I knew we still had Ocean Soul twice, so this is going to potentially be thrice. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would like it, but also because the Malphite, I want Earth Soul. I want Mountain. I don't want Ocean. I want the tank to get real beefy and to do a lot.
Oh. Yeah, absolutely. And overall, it's a pretty relaxing game. I mean, 1 kill in 10 minutes, that's like, am I watching pro play or what?
Are we watching LPL and LCK? Yes.
It's like 1 kill in 10 minutes. Oh my gosh! Sometimes you get like 2 kills a minute in these types of games. I mean, I've played in some where it's 2 kills a minute, and it's just crazy, constant fighting. And overall, we're seeing these teams are pretty much dead even. We see a small CS lead in favor of Big Duck, and that's just due to Braum having the steel shoulder caps compared to the Frost Fang on the side of Kingpin, so they're going to have a bit of a CS lead. And obviously, having the first blood as well is going to lead it over a little bit to your side. But some fighting over this Rift Herald. Nunu, last chomp?
Yep.
Was it stolen?
No, he got it. He just hasn't gone to collect it. Oh, it did get
Nice.
stolen. Wow, I'm bad.
Wait, who?
And yeah, the Banish Sauce does land.
No.
They're
Amumu got
able
it.
to burst down Malphite, no problem, with the Unleashed Power. And yeah, I was wrong. I thought he got it there, but maybe the smite just didn't come down in time.
I, I swear I saw it drop down to like 50, so maybe he did it just maybe a bit too early, because keep in mind, Nunu doesn't have max level Q yet, so it's still level 4. So he's dealing 820 true damage instead of, the 900 or the 980 that you get at level 5. So maybe he underestimated or overestimated the damage from his Q. But that's in 4. That's going to be very, very good for Kingpin, because first of all, they get the kill, right? And that's evening up the goal. But you also have this Runeterra you can drop, hopefully in the next 2 minutes. Zaya!
Oh, Cold Tap is used, but and the Glacial Fisher is used.
Wow, wrong
But
way!
she also tries to run away, and
Oh,
the Nunu go in and uses the absolute zero.
Wow.
That's so much damage, and you have the follow up with Prevail, but Ixer
Oh, he doesn't
here
have the-
is gonna get the 4 stacks of the start off.
Oh, my eyes!
Man, just Prevail just doing a lot, and again, great gank by Vinny there. So I know you kind of talked about it. You're thinking, hey,
Hey,
not
Soraka
really-
can't silence the Nunu when Soraka's not there, right?
right? But
Wow,
yeah,
just
good
1
first play.
HP on this Nivea. The outplay button.
Oh, if someone lands, you're gonna be able to pop a lot with that, but so does the Egg here. Egg's gonna put her at half health, almost actually a third health at this point now. And even though she traded back, Young Rich able to still take a lot with this. Actually does have to burn flash, so actually really bad for them. Oh, never mind. They got the flash out of Nivea. Okay. Well, that's definitely worth it. We do see drags up in 10 seconds.
Yep,
So-
and
We need to get some.
I mean, Misfortune's 2-0. She has her gold
Oh.
spent.
Well, I might have to
and-
stop. Yeah,
But Nunu, well, if Nunu dies, that kind of
It's
changes the
down.
story. I mean, Misfortune's
Oh.
still bot lane, so she can't help out.
No, she can't. And yeah, just really unfortunate there. Because Chief can't come down because you're dealing with the Tom Kench. Nivea just wasn't able to rotate with the Braum. And yeah, just a little unfortunate there for.
Well, that's definitely a
Ducks.
good sign for Kingpin. Getting the pick onto Nunu, securing the dragon. And nope, Ocean Soul. Let's go.
Riot, why are you rigging these games?
This is like pro play always having like Cloud Soul, right? I swear it happens like 90% of games. It's always Cloud Soul. Anyway, lots of bushes, rain. I live in California, so I'm not used to this much rain, so I'm used to everything just burning. Infernal soul for days. Anyway.
I was gonna say everything burning. Yep, I know that.
Yeah,
I know that
Infernal
well.
soul.
I don't live in California. I have friends. I visit California all the time, and yeah, I know your pain, and I feel bad for you. Because all it's been doing today is raining here, where I'm at in Chicago. So,
Tom Kent,
but-
round 2?
Yep, round 2, baby.
Boy,
Someone
just
comes
stopped.
in. He's gonna get everything going down. Absolute zero is being used. But Chief is really low. But still
He's gonna
able
get
to.
devour off. Oh, this is pain, just slightly. I mean, this is.
But Feather's gonna come out. No root.
Oh,
Okay.
Where's the?
No
Yeah, that's awkward. What?
A little bit. But
What?
Almost was used
What?
to try to get a little
What?
bit better positioning to get some trades out. And
But no, you don't go. You don't get this. Anyway, As I was gonna say, Mythic's starting to come out from both sides. I do want to work out Provale going for the lethality Eclipse build, while not quite enough damage for fishing. I was gonna say Spunyan on the MF last game went for the crit misfortune build, and I just thought that was an interesting, take for both of these ADCs. Going for the different build and the different situations. Bandage toss just missing. Nunu maybe caught out here. Still able
Definitely
to
slowed. Didn't think of
big
that
damage though. Big damage for sure.
And it's funny. Oh my gosh. Glacial Fisher just about.
Uh-oh.
With the bolt time.
Little
Yeah.
slightly misplaced glacial fissure. Overall, though, I mean.
Oh
maybe
man, Zaya's
some
going in right now,
action.
trying to get some trades out, but not gonna be the case here. It's Mirror. Mirror is just falling in, trying to get all these stacks of his passive out, and there's the stun.
Oh my
Fail
god,
is
did
gonna
you
get
see that
burned
healing?
low, though, and the healing is great on Spunny. So he's gonna get a double kill here. Gonna get another big heal, and even though Absolute Zero does get popped, he is able to take one, but respecting the Soraka here. We do see that.
That's Soraka healing. I mean, Misfortune has executioners too, or did she just bought? Maybe she just bought it. Maybe she just
bought it.
I didn't notice. I don't think she had it. So I mean, that's Soraka.
No.
Oh my. Whew. That just hyped me up. Oh my.
That's
Going from like 0 HP to 1/3 HP in one button push. I love it.
Yeah, you gotta love it because, again, that's kind of what she is. She's very that situational. I need to get in a good position. I need to have that good healing coming out and everything. And Soraka was able to protect her. She did a lot of healing. Was able to have that good burst also come out from the feathers for Spunyan there. So
Yeah.
really good
And
job.
that's pretty big. I mean, Spunyan getting those 2 kills there, equalizes the gold between the two ADCs because Provale got a double kill earlier, and now Spunyan just got a double kill. The only differential being the 10 gap, which is a little insignificant. I mean, the CS in general has been so even, and the gold just as even, right? Actually, Kingpin running a little bit ahead, just because of I'm guessing shutdown. I'm guessing they got a shutdown somewhere. Yeah, shutdown for Misfortune, 200 gold. But a nice little trap here on the side of Big Duck. They're trying to clear vision for this dragon coming up in 10 seconds.
And he goes in with the bounce. You had the Curse of the Sand Mummy come out. Full time is coming out for Bradvale. It has to stop early, so the TP is coming in. And there you go. One going down there right onto the Sidra. 2 is going to be Soraka. And now MF falls. Look at this. Even though I thought I was going to go back into the favor of Kingpin here, but it didn't. They were just able to keep Tamir alive. Able to trade out so much damage too, and you get an ace.
Oh, that was. I mean, fighting in a funnel. I guess to the Nivea, the MF ult came down. What was interesting though was that the Braum, the glacial fissure and the bullet time came down really early in the fight. Right, it was pretty much just on the Amumu, and yet I noticed a big churn happened once Chief TP'd in. As you were saying in draft, he unstoppable forces onto this Soraka, just zones her completely out of the fight. She can't heal, she can't support, and then all of a sudden the tides turn back into Big Duck. They get the 3rd dragon, their 2nd of the game, and the gold lead is suddenly in their favor by 2k.
Yeah, so they do have that 2k lead. They're up 5 kills. They're up a dragon. The other thing they're down is a turret. So they get that turret, or actually 2 turrets at this point. They'll be able to keep having that lead going for them. So, Tom, look at some rocks. I don't know if you want to be doing that, but goes in with the Abyssal Voyage and doesn't connect with anything. Gets another lick.
Oh, and he missed the cannon. Travesty.
That is unfortunate, but let's talk about warding. We have two
I mean-
pinks, three. Or actually,
Yeah.
no, I lied. Three. I didn't see the one at the top. So we had 3 to 3, which is good.
But I mean, okay. It's 3-3, but look at the position of the wards, right? Kingpin's wards are offensive, right? They're in the enemy jungle, they're in the river. Meanwhile, Big Duck are either in the river or in their own jungle, defensive wards. There's a huge difference in terms of quality of vision, right? Because Big Duck, they need that vision just to enter their own jungle. And we can talk back at this after this fight. Oh my mouth!
There's just so much coming out. You mean you have the Glacial Fisher, you have the Bullet Time, and you still have a Rift Herald that's being stopped because it didn't go through. And yeah,
All right, okay, they got the Wombo.
I mean,
You said
like
it was an if, and they got the if. They're scaled. They got the they got the lead. Anivia's scaled up. Nunu's all over the place. Misfortune just presses R. That's gonna be Baron.
Wow.
Over to Big Duck Entourage. And that 4K gold gonna go up to 5K gold just from the Baron. Nice suit.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
great
back in
jump by though.
5 gold.
I do want to thank Risen Esports too here as we get a bunch of people rating us. So thanks for joining us. We are in game 3. It is tied 1-1, and as you see right now, we do have Big Duck, Entourage, and Druids are up right now with their kills and pretty much everything else other than turrets. So, you know, I'm gonna keep matching that in until they do it.
Get the turrets. You have the Baron. There's no excuse. Yeah. Going back to the vision, I think this may be the turning point where Big Dick Entourage can start moving their vision forward. They can.
When the Double
Bye-bye.
Force comes in, and yeah.
Sidra gets a taste of her own medicine, just getting deleted with one button. And yeah, I definitely think this is the turning point in terms of the vision score or the vision game, because Big Duck, they start taking turrets, they move their line of vision up with the turrets, and all of a sudden they no longer need to play as defensively with the pink wards. That wave was tiny. I don't think you needed to bullet time it.
I think the concept was, okay, I'm gonna get a wall and bullet time kind of a thing. So unfortunately,
maybe a little lapse in. Oh, Tom Kent.
They could
Tom
have used
Kent?
it there. Oh, Tom gets stunned. Yeah, and Lemur goes in, or Laxer goes in. Unfortunately, Bandage Sauce does connect, but it's definitely not worthwhile. We're gonna see Absolute Zero be used by Nunu right now, and gets a kill onto Raka, and now they get another kill right now with Glacial Storm. So really good by Anivia, and a perfect wall. Oh my God, Tom can't get.
I mean, this Anivia is just brutal, and
the scared of weak back right at them.
Oh, no.
Unleash power doesn't do anything because Brown's gonna shoot up.
Okay.
Oh no! Perfect binding right now as we get the Curse of the Sad Mummy, which means 200.
No.
The Double Force does come into place. They do take out one.
Amumu 1v9? Pentakill?
Around.
Wait, he can actually do this.
He could,
Never mind.
but he's not.
Never mind. I thought he
was
could.
gonna say,
If he had Conqueror, maybe.
So
The dragon's up, by the way. Amumu just died. Dragon's up 30 seconds. 4 Vinny should just be running to the dragon. Don't go to your jungle. Go to the dragon. Go to the dragon.
well, he has the empowered back, so he can get back, heal up, and then grab some.
Yes, but
and
just
all
get
back.
the dragon. I mean,
I get some items, you know.
Yes.
Make it worthwhile.
I do love the Dark Seal on the Nunu, though. Just because Nunu has such good AP ratios. It's free real estate, right? Getting the Dark Seal, you're already ahead. It's just there's no reason not to. Like your ult has 125% to 250% AP ratio. That's insane. I mean, if you have 10 Dark Seal stacks, you're gaining like 200 damage. It's ridiculous. And this TP by interesting. I don't think they can even contest this. Fighting in a corridor.
But we're gonna have everything coming out right now. Glacial Fisher comes out, Bullet Time came out, we had Crystal Sand Bumby come out, but unfortunately the wall is keeping Toad up there, and they're not gonna be able to get away. But Malphite's going in and gets a good Rock Shard going in, but Snowball gonna be flying fast onto Cinder here. Cinder's gonna go burst out,
Yo, play button.
Witch power, but she's gonna trade her life in this process, and a little unfortunate. I think it is Anivia coming in. Yep.
He goes up in 15 seconds. They don't have Baron. I don't think they can end. I think they have to inhib and get out, or maybe they try it. Are they going for it? No. Back out. I think that's the right play. Muma's up in 1 second. Tom Kench in 5. Zion 5. It's a little very risky. Now what they got to do? They got to use this inhib pressure. They got to push side lanes. Get those tier 1 turrets down as soon as possible. That's really important. Tier 1 turrets need to fall as soon as possible. Anivia's already up there. Malphite going to support. And getting the tier 1 turrets really just helps you in, extending the... Because the way I've always heard of it is your safe space on your side of the map is drawing a line from your outermost turrets to each other. So destroying a turret means that the section of jungle that is covered by that.
But the Missile Voyage goes in right now onto Fishing, but Fishing is guiding the Glacial Storm.
The wall! It's beautiful.
But the bot goes over. You have the Curse of the Sand Mummy go out, which stops the bullet time. Absolute Zero is being popped here in this bush. There's a lot of damage out of 3 people here. King's very low. They're gonna go after King right now. Chief flashes in, but isn't able to do much in the process. Spunya is just doing actually even more with Young Rich, and Glacial Fisher was used to get out.
Yeah, but look at this. There's super minions on the base. They're damaging the Nexus turrets. They're not going to get that much done, but that is a really good play. 1 for 3 for the side of Kingpin. They get how many? 700 gold shutdown onto Zaya. That is just chef's kiss. That's exactly what you want to be happening. If you're Kingpin, you want to get more gold onto the Zaya, and they may even be getting this tier 1 turret. Very good for them. Except, Nunu's up. Is this going to be punished somehow? Looks like it will not be.
No, they don't respond back in time quickly. So this is where it is a little bit of their comeback with the turrets. No, I laugh out I said, they have no turrets coming out from Big Duck, and now they have 4, coming back.
That's
so,
the...
Cast Curse.
4, 5 plus inhib. Right? The 3...
Yeah, the inhib, yeah. True. Inhib does count, but I look at turret, like turret specifically.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, structures 5, but turret, yes, 4.
I remember when you were saying this is a slow game with 1 kill at 10 minutes? Well, now there's 37 kills at 30 minutes. So they brought it back nice and quick to be an aggressive game. 1 more turret over the side of Big Duck. And with this potential soul coming up in 1 minute 20 seconds, Kingpin they're pretty much forced into action, right? Big Duck could give up this dragon for Baron if they wanted to, or they could just go for the guaranteed buff. Overall, though, you have the super minions in mid lane, so unless Kingpin are on top of their wave management, they're pushing the waves forward. Big Duck have the advantage here. And, with the Nunu, you smite advantage as well, right? You have the Q smite, which is a lot more than I would expect, and they maybe just be walking into a trap here. Tom Kench.
That's not what you want to be doing here.
You don't want to be
first that you don't know about, and somehow Force comes out right now on this Spunyan. Very low here, not able to really burst through the Malphite. Malphite gets picked out with the Devourer there, and because of that is able to be taken down. So really good job by Spunyan here, kind of just kiting back, hoping they can hold out, and yeah.
Like you get the kill onto the Malphite, but you use 3 key ultimates, especially Zaya's key peel tool, and the side of Big Duck, they still have the Glacial Fissure into the bullet time. So if they force a fight in this corridor right here, they can get absolutely crippled. And this may be what ends up happening if Braum. Where is Braum?
There he is. Comes in with the Glacial Fissure. We are seeing Absolute Zero being popped. And yeah, just Tom getting bursted down here. Wall time was used, but was interrupted very quickly. We
you
get the
go.
Flash Frost coming out right
That's-
now. And yeah.
That's as
just
expected.
so good.
Oh, look at that
Perfect
locket.
wall.
And not only that, but
Huh?
Chef or Chief TPing to the Nexus. He's taking those turrets. Second TP coming from Anivia. They're going for the end. They got the Ocean Soul. They don't even care. They don't want to stall any longer. Amumu's up. Is he going to be able to defend? Oh, the inhibitor?
Controls
Is this enough? Is it enough?
No.
10 seconds on respawn? Maybe?
Nah, MF
No.
can just pop
Nope.
a W and do more damage, so
Yeah.
unfortunately that could be the case here. We do see that game 3 does
Wow.
go over to them for
And-
a big deck entourage.
Quite a commanding win, too. That was a lot more one-sided than we expected from that draft. So big props to Big Duck. They've been playing. They played well. They played well this game. They had a weak first game, but maybe they're just turning it around. They're saying, "Yeah, we let you have the first one. Now it's time for a quick 3 wins in a row. We want to get out of here." But that being said, look at the damage charts. Whew. Big Duck,
Yeah.
lots of damage all around the board. I mean, they had 3 team members that did more than the highest Kingpin member did, which is, I would say, pretty extraordinary, especially considering Malphite's a tank, out damaging everyone on Kingpin's team as a tank. That just shows you where the status of tanks these days. They're not really tanky, but they just deal loads of damage.
Yeah, and that's that thing is Malphite just being able to do so much damage with Unstoppable Force, all his abilities.
Yeah.
Just proc very well. Again, wet noodling a lot of time up there with the top catch. So already had a lead with that stuff, but then also just kind of kept it because was able to do so. But yeah, that's just crazy to think about that. You out damage her by I think 300 or 400. That's just crazy to think about. So, but congrats to Big Dog Entourage. It's now 2-1. We have 2 more potential games coming up. So I will send us to break real quick as we set up for game 4. Glad everyone's sticking around. Hope you have been enjoying these games. They've been very fun. I don't know about you, but I've been enjoying them.
Yep. Definitely a fun to watch series.
Alrighty. Well, we will be back shortly, and we will see you guys soon for Game 4 Pick and Bans. Alrighty, welcome back to Runeterra Academy's freshman semifinals. We're in game of 4 right now. It's a 2-1 lead coming over to Big Duck Entourage Druids right now, and Kingpin still choosing the same side. So we haven't changed sides at all in these 4 games, which is interesting to say. But we do have changes of bands. We're gonna have a Braum and a Nunu band coming out from Kingpin. I think that's smart. It was really detrimental to a little bit, I think, there. And now they take the Mumu first, which then of course you gotta respond with the MF and Leona. Just because one, it's a really good combo, and two, no curse at the bullet time. But KP opts to take a mid laner early.
Oops, I'm sorry. I was muted. I was hyping up the Aphelios Thresh, but we see Vhagar instead, which was a ban that Big Duck had been banning out in the second phase. So it looks like Kingpin want to snag it right before it's picked. And seeing as the Silas is banned out, obviously picking the Malphite so early, you don't want to get counterpicked with the Malphite, especially when you have, Miss Fortunal and Leona. Those are all very solid ults for the Silas to steal.
Yeah, I mean, that's just get him out of there. Every time you get a Malphite, just get him out.
You have to. It's the Silas ban tax.
It's just like the Mordekaiser, QSS stacks. It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And they gotta just do it. And they ban out the Anivia this time around. Okay. And the Graves, yeah, I agree. Graves definitely needs to go. Oh, but they take away the bear from Kingpin.
They say, okay, you want the Amumu this time? We are gonna take your bear from the first 2 games, and as you said, I do like the Anivia ban from Kingpin. I think that Fishing's Anivia has been really solid in the 2 games it's been out so far. I think first and last game. I could be mistaken,
first and third.
Yeah, first and third. Very solid gameplay from this Anivia. I mean, such good, damage, area control of the wall, and looks like Kingpin in the top lane, top baller wants his Mundo again. We'll see if the Malphite matchup is going to be more influential than the Tahm Kench was. We saw that the Mundo to Tahm Kench wasn't, it worked, but in terms of the game, it wasn't as useful as the Tahm Kench was. And they are rounding out with the Caitlyn, so it is a Vhagar mid.
You get Vhagar mid. I kind of figured it was Vhagar mid. But again, always the option to run it bot. And a Kale. Okay,
this is spicy.
So spicy on 2 reasons. 1, it's either Kale mid or top. 2, which then means that's either a Malphite mid or top. So, The problem though is you have Vhagar, and that will burst either one. I feel like in this case, even if you have Malphite build tanky into a Vhagar.
I think that's a very good point that you bring up. I think Mundo. I think both of these lanes are not the greatest for Mundo because Kale should just be able to, free scale to level 6, and at that point you can just poke the Mundo pretty freely. Mundo doesn't have a way to consistently punish the Kale early on. So if Kale can get the free scaling, then in the top lane, then Malphite can go AP mid or something, and then just really punish this Vhagar if they wanted to, right? Obviously, going AP Malphite is sort of, I don't want to say trolling. I would say it's niche, right? There's very few situations where you would prefer an AP Malphite over a tank Malphite, but it's a thing, right? In another case, you could put the Kale mid, and then the Kale mid has free scaling versus the Vhagar, who is also free scaling, right? So if you're confident in, your mid laner to outscale the enemy mid laner, then just pop the KO mid, and let the dice roll, I guess, on who's gonna scale faster the hardest.
And that could be the case. I think the problem is if you do take that niche pick of a Malphite AP, the problem is you do have the scaling Vigar in that case, who will. I mean, obviously the Malphite's going top right now, but in general, like you look at that, the more AP someone has, the more burst he does to them too. So that's the thing that I think people just have to worry about with that. If that was the case. Of course. You're fishing for some trolls here with these champions. They could have delayed out. Obviously, we're going to have the Kale there. I think that's going to be interesting, too. Because on Kale top is Kale Mim.
Absolutely. I definitely agree. I mean, we saw the Malphite last game. What a terror it was. Even full tank, right? It's just... The damage is just ridiculous. I mean, in this game, he's going to choose, right? Either I want to punish the Veigar or the Caitlyn. They cannot play the game as long as I'm alive, right? I'm going to Unstoppable Force onto them. I'm going to slow them with my Q. I'm going to attack speed, slow them with my E. I'm going to kill them with my W. They can't move. They can't attack. They can't live because they're just going to die. So the Malphite pick, I think it's just such a good pick all around because the pressure you generate from ulting the backline, it gives your team so much space to work with, right? Because Kingpin, they have to respond to the Malphite. You can't just let the Malphite wreak havoc in your backline because then your backline's dead. So you have to respond, and with them responding, that gives your backline the edge forward. MF can channel the ultimate. Kale can just be free hitting. And it's just the situation you want to be in. You want to be on the side of the aggressor with forcing Kingpin to sort of fold back in over themselves. That makes sense, right? Because if they're playing front to back and they sort of have to peel backwards, that lets you have the advantage. You can get into a corridor, MF ult, and overall, you're just in the position you want to be in these team fights.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is a lot of things are going to happen. So here's the weird problem I have with Big Duck's team. So you have 3 people that dive. You have the Kale that is going to definitely have to sit back and try to protect the MF in that case. Because if they don't, the MF is definitely going to get bursted out. Because unless Leona's going to peel back, or if Vinny's going to stay back, that's the problem. Someone has to stay back to protect.
I get your point, but I think the Leona could play back, right? Because Leona can engage with the... I forgot what the ultimate is. It like Solar Flare
Solar
or something?
Flare.
Solar Flare, yes. She can Solar Flare from a distance, let the stun do its work, whatever, and then she can just let Malphite and Volibear go in, and then she just sits in the bat line with the stun and the root ready, right? Leona doesn't have to go in because she can, get her engage tool from a distance. Or just, don't even do anything, let Malphite engage with the Unstoppable Force, and then you just pure peel on the kill MF. And I mean, hopefully they do that, right? Because otherwise, you're right. If the Leona and the Malphite go in, you're stuck with Volibear peeling with just a point-click stun. He's not going to do anything. That's nothing. Especially against a Mundo who's going to be immobilize immune. The Volibear Q is going to whiff, and then all of a sudden Mundo's on your backline wreaking havoc, and Mumu's going to come in with his Curse of the Sad Mummy, and all of a sudden your backline's dead. So I definitely agree that Big Duck, they need someone to play back. Going to be the Leona, just because Malphite, Volibear, they just can't really do it efficiently, while Leona can. On that note, on the side of Kingpin, I think you sort of have a similar situation, right? You have the Amumu and the Mundo that either want to go in, and they can't really peel back very well, while you have the Thresh who can either go in and, like the Leona, right? The Thresh can go in, or they can sort of sit back and play peel with their slow cage. So I think these teams are actually kind of similar in that way. I think the Mundo and the Volibear are sort of mirroring each other, while the Amumu and the Malphite are mirroring each other. The Thresh Leona mirror, and then you have the scaling mid laners, and then just the ADCs. The only difference is that Miss Fortune has Depending on the build, right? We saw the lethality build last game, and if that's the case, then Misfortune is sort of a one-trick wonder, right? She just ults. That's it. Her autos really don't do much, and if Misfortune is in an auto battle against a Caitlyn, probably going to lose. And the Caitlyn, on the other hand, doesn't really have that sort of AOE damage potential that the MF has, but she does have the single target, long distance poke, consistent damage, and that is something that Big Duck don't really have, right? They're all relatively close range with the Kale and the MF that are not short range, like medium range, while Caitlyn has a little bit of a longer range with the Veigar.
I agree with it. But I'll tell them who I think I want to choose in when we get into the game here. Because I'm gonna send us to a quick break. So stay tuned. We will have this game 4 loaded up soon here. So stick around. Alrighty. Welcome to Game 4 here of Runeterra Academy's freshman semifinals. It's going to be between Kingpin versus Big Duck Entourage Druids. So you guys had two teams in this split. So, and they're up 2-0. Or not 2-0, 2-1. Math. How do we get the game 4 if it's 2-0?
This is Kingpin's last chance to stall out the game. Stall out the series for another game. If they win, it'll be tied 2-2. If they lose, they are going to be going home in defeat. And Big Duck trying to clean it up right out of the gate. We do see that, standard 5-point from both sides. Actually, a little bit less standard. Mumu's slacking off a little bit. He just went straight to his buff. Luckily, not going to be punished this time. And, Caitlyn in the top lane turret. Kingpin getting a little lazy with their 5 points, but it's okay. Either way, both junglers starting top side of the map. Similar to last game, we're going to be seeing conflict at the 3:15 mark on Scuttle Spawn. Which bot lane will have cryo? Which bot lane will be first at by their junglers for not having cryo? Actually, probably not. This isn't solo queue, but either way, I love it when junglers path to the same side because we get some nice early conflict.
Of course. Speaking of jungle, look at our Drake. We won't have that as a soul now.
Wow, for the first time in this series, I'm excited.
I am actually really excited. Because as much as I love Ocean, like I had one game series where I just had like all Infernals. Like they're all Infernals. I'm like, there's no way they're all Infernals. Like, it was crazy. I think I did a specify with that one, and I was like, oh no, like It's great, you know. Don't get me wrong, because I feel like the chance of getting 5 Infernals in a row is like insane. First off,
Yeah.
um, but still, um, good trading with the Malphite here, using the Comet as much as possible. Ooh, good cage, big cage. Oh,
Oh, wow. That is so aggressive. Didn't even have to. That was weird. Just flashing forward from Mirari. And, Spanian didn't have to flash, just had to, net away. And, I mean, Vinny's not really on a champion that can make use of that, right? If it was the Amumu, sure, like you have the long distance bandage toss. But for Volibear to gank, he has to be in melee range. And he was still in the river. So this scuttle is definitely going over to Kingpin, and Volibear, unless he can get the smite here. He does not, so he's just going to go over to the top scuttle. But honestly, if Amumu plays this right, he could deny the top scuttle as well, because he has the Mundo in the top lane with the Prio, but it looks like he's not going to be going for that. Instead, he's going to be going for a gank in the bottom lane. I think that's a good play. I mean, Big Duck are pushed up. They have no vision. Like, she's going to be spotted on this pink ward, but it's going to be too late. Misfortune, no mana.
yeah, good hook going in and get the bandage toss right now. You got the flash coming out from Spunyon. Spunyon is just going to keep autoing down because he's out of mana, or not out of mana, but just wasn't able to get any traps down. And there you go. Really good job by them.
Just like that.
Again, you do get really good out of it. You prevail as to burn both sums. You make Spunyon burn one sum, which is the flash, and you do have the ignite down also for King. So 2 for 2 for sums, but you do have an ADC's death.
Yeah. And, I mean, just dying there is so big, because look at the bot lane CS. Like, MF still has a big wave to pull, but actually it's going to be about equal. Never mind. I was going to say there's going to be a big CS differential in favor of the Caitlyn, but the wave was actually very big, and Misfortune got there just in time, so that the CS is pretty much even. Which it is all around the map. I mean, not too much differential either way, and I'm not sure which team scales harder. I think that Big Duck, just having the Malphite Misfortune are in the favor, right? Along with the Kale, right? I mean, Veigar scales,
Don't forget the
but
Kale.
he doesn't scale like the Kale does. I mean, once Kale gets level 11, level 16, just such a terrible fights, the wave it is hard to deal with, I'd say. And with Amumu again here in the bot lane, are we going to be seeing a regank? I think he got spotted on a ward. But the hook still has the potential. May just be turning on this dragon, though.
Looks like could be the case. Might be just trying to get some wards out, try to see where maybe Volibear is. But they do find Volibear. Volibear does go in with his jump with the stun. Xenoblade is being used. Stun is used now by Leona here, and we're gonna see a bite come out.
Oh my! He
Lancer
lives!
does protect him. Barely. Drag quick kill.
Oh no, the Misfortune!
Misfortune gets in here with the double up. Good job. It's out here, and unfortunately will fall to a headshot from Spunyon. But that still is a very good 1-for-1. Oh, Viger could come in and collapse, though. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Looks like they do have... The TP was burned. I forgot by top there. But he goes in with a Xenoblade. We get TP coming in from Malphite. Malphite uses Unstoppable Force and locks down the Caitlyn.
Yeah, the CC is going to stop them from picking up that Lantern. And that's going to be Dragon number 1 over to Big Duck. Ocean Dragon Flamed. Wild Hook Throne. Mundo tossing random cleavers for some reason. I don't know.
I usually going to see, hey, take out the champion, make it lower, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, in some universe, he accidentally stole the Drake, so
It's
Might
true.
as well
He
toss
could
it
have.
out.
Hey man, it's the
Wait.
what if, right?
Yeah.
But let's look at this. Oh, again, wards. Really good coming out now. Oh, never mind. We're gonna talk about this. Chief, what are you doing? Are you not on top lane? Oh, you're getting sent right
Dodged?
into Young Rich. He
Ult?
gets
Oh,
ulted though, unfortunately,
point
by
click. He loves his
easy.
point click outplay buttons. Young rich boy, he loves pressing R.
I mean,
First the
but you gotta,
Syndra, now the Vega. Anyway,
but you gotta look at it. It's primordial burst. It does a lot. He already had a bunch of damage or a bunch of health
Yeah.
missing, so
Yeah.
it was definitely going to execute no matter what. So that's the problem.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, is yes, you did get two good things out of it. You did get a flash and a TP, but we do see that both ADCs will use their ultimates here, and somehow come out with the same health. I don't get that, but okay.
yeah, and as a top lane main, I feel obligated to say that the Malphite TP may have gotten a kill onto the Misfortune, or sorry, onto the Caitlyn, but look at his wave state in the top lane. It is horrible. He's down. He's going to be down 30 CS after this wave is collected. He's going to be down like a level and a half. It's going to be rough. That being said, you're Malphite, so you just got to press R. That's it. You don't got to, your items and levels don't really matter that much. So it's not going to be as punishing as if like a carry champion, like something like a Wukong or something. But
I mean, he is coming
Malphite,
down to flank.
yeah, he's hungry. He's hungry.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? You killed me before. I'm gonna come kill you now.
I mean,
You
he's
taste
just
out of your own
he's
medicine.
committed. Look at this. He's just sitting in the bush.
Oh, it's going in downtown, deep, maybe. Oh, he can't flash. He's gonna have a stun come out, and there it goes with the unstoppable force. And bye bye.
Oh, give the kill to Kale. Come on.
I
It
know,
was.
but
It was. He had no escape. He had no flash.
sometimes you think that they have flash, so
I
you never
guess.
know.
Yeah.
Not everyone's perfect at timers, so I'm trying to remember stuff. Because I question all the time. It's like you play flex here, or you play solo clear, and you're like, did they flash? Did I not flash?
Did they?
I
Is
can't
it up
remember
yet? I don't remember.
But like, yeah, like, wait, me, no, numbers are hard, so
Yeah,
trying to keep
sure.
track of that. That's why, yeah, like your sport or jungler or someone else usually do that stuff. So,
True.
but still, good job by them there, able to put that pressure out again. Low econ champion with the Malphite there doing well. Hook goes a little wide. We are going to see Forfeit is sitting here. He does have Stormbringer, so he could go dive that turret. I think the big thing is get the wave up there, see what happens, see where Mumu is. He is sitting
And
on
Thresh
that
isn't level 6.
Flare.
Oh!
Yeah. Thresh is not level 6. One time is going to be used. Stormbringer is used on the turret there, so you will see the Thresh fall here. Spunyan does get away with the net, so good job by him.
Yeah, I mean, props to Spudin for surviving. However, you burned both your sums. So that's still a pretty dang good game for Volibear. I mean, you get a kill, you burn 4 summoners, all of them. Every single bot summoner burned. And, you get a turret plate. And that's really, really solid. And with this Infernal Dragon coming up in 50 seconds, you need every advantage you can get. And that means the soul is either going to be Cloud or Mountain. Hopefully Mountain, because I think both of these teams really benefit from Mountain Soul. It'd be interesting to see exactly what soul we're going to get. But first of all, we have to kill this one first in 30 seconds.
Yeah, in 30 seconds we'll see who most likely will get this one. Based on Prowler right now, I would say maybe it goes over to Kingpin in that case, but now it's going to be 3v3 here. Leona trying to go in, potentially. I mean, just use the Zenith Blade. You can get on, though. But unfortunately, if she did that, there is a Caitlyn there ready in the wins. So, this is where you get Prevail to come up, or Prevail right now to come up right now. TB is coming out from top. So they do see that there is a war in there. They do spot out Vinny. Vinny does take a briefcase too with the face. Top to output skin. Or oh, as that of course
Really good
does come out.
flash.
You do see that Kale
Wow.
burns her ultimate here, and they are going to get Curse of the Dead Mummy be used on them. So much burst from the Caitlyn there.
MF!
One time is used, but
What?
unfortunately
That ult
not
is
able to
so
connect
late.
with anyone. And yeah, just a good flash by Kale there to get out. So we will see that this streak does go over to Kingpin. Again, I kind of looked at the prio that was really good there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Herald too. The Herald drop mid, forcing Big Duck to get out of their defensive position around the dragon. They have to respond to the Herald, and then Kingpin gets the defensive position. They get the vision down. They get the hook onto Volibear, forcing the flash. I think Big Duck, they could have done it, but Misfortune was really slow in rotating, didn't have the right angle. I mean, she was all alone in the right flank, and just didn't have a good angle to bullet time. And when you're going lethality Misfortune, you're basically just an R machine. And if you don't
Right.
get an opportunity or an angle to ult, you're just not very useful, right? Like we saw, Rugal didn't ult until like they were already dead, right? So it's just the slight things they can add up, right? Like that fight that could have been an easy win for Big Duck if Misfortune had rotated like 10 seconds earlier, been with her team, played front. If they played front to back, I mean, there was a beautiful Malphite engage. There was a beautiful Kale Divine Judgment follow up to make sure he survived. And overall, I think it was really, really close to being a one fight for Big Duck. And hopefully for them, it's not going to be a game breaker.
Yeah, not going to be game breaker. You're going to see the Banish Sauce is coming out. Unstoppable Force has to be used more as a defensive strategy instead of a offensive strategy. So he does get away here in that case. And did have to burn the flash. So good job by Axer there to try and get that flash out. And gets the Unstoppable Force down. So won't see it for a little while here. Nice try of the double up, but unfortunately does not connect with a champion or another minion. So, but yeah, doesn't have to be perfect. Ooh, hook comes out. Xenoblade is going in. Bullet time is being used. Solar Flare is used on herself there. Great job, but unfortunately she's going to fall because the Ignite is taking down on her. So the Veil needs to start hiding back, and unfortunately will not be able to because of the fact that Caitlyn is sitting in the brush, does get a really good net, so she automatically gets a headshot, and also had a headshot queued up, so she's unfortunate for her in that case.
Yep, and not only that, but we were talking about how, you know, when Misfortune goes for the lethality build, your power is in your ultimate. So once the Kingpin bot lane survived the bullet time, and then Rubiel starts trading autos one for one with Caitlyn, you're not going to win that because your lethality, she's crit, she has the advantage in these 1v1 auto fights, especially with the Thresh still up, right? The support advantage. And that's just another, you know, more kills over to the Caitlyn. She's 4-1-4, and you're starting to slip away from this game, I feel, if you're on the side of Big Duck, right? You're starting, you know, almost 4k gold behind, first tower going down with the second Herald, and you really just got to play around your scaling, I feel, right? You have this KO, she just hit level 11, it's winnable, Volibear may be able to make a play happen. He's forcing really hard.
Yeah, he is going in, but unfortunately, Stormbreaker really doesn't do much. Wasn't being used on turret. Top baller is throwing himself mid there. But nothing really happens.
Flashes. You get two flashes, respectively. But, you know, on the other hand, you know, you're losing tower mid. Not losing tower, but taking a lot of tower damage. Probably going to be falling soon unless you do something. Good, they're rotating. Overall, though, it's definitely a non-optimal situation, I would say, for the side of Big Duck, because if you're the scaling team, yeah, you're down 4k, but you come back. The question is, do you come back in time, right? Like, Kale really doesn't spike again until level 16, and that is a long ways away, right? So, you have Cloud Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, so it is Cloud Soul. Cloud Dragon, 30 seconds. Kale is just as strong. I mean, she finished Riftmaker. So the question is, can Big Duck play this fight better than they did the last fight? And if they can, I think they have a really solid chance of winning it, despite being down almost 6K gold. Sorry, 4K gold. So, they have the position. They're probably going to lose mid turret, I guess, for this position.
And they know they're in there. Yeah, now they see them. Which is why they have the Othello Force coming out right now. Bullet time is followed up. Its money is very low, but not going to fall there. We're going to see Threshtas go down. We have the Ignite going on Elaxir there. Elaxir will be pushed out. There
you go, right? Yeah. When Misfortune's in position with the bullet time ready to go, playing front to back, Big Duck can win the fight. They pick up their second dragon of the game, put them in position to get the soul point in 5 minutes, and they narrow that gold lead just a little bit, down to 3K. Malphite, is he hinting for this pink ward? What's going on here?
He is, unfortunately.
He didn't even get it.
It was just a really good big cage there that locked him down.
That
and then
was
Holler with the cleavers, man. Or I'd say, I'm sorry, briefcases. Were just
they're not. They're not even. They're officially called bone saws. Not even cleavers anymore. It's so gross. When they reworked Mundo, they changed it from cleaver to bone saw. That is the worst thing Riot's ever done. I think it's a crime.
Well, at this point, might as well call him Blizzard, right?
Yeah, slip of the tongue. One company, another company.
No, I know, I'm just teasing you. But yeah, no. I forget about that sometimes at Mundo. We don't see Mundo played a lot anymore.
That's true. But according to Riot, he was the champion they released this year. Oh, talk about jokes. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
It's a close game. I mean, we were talking about one of the previous games. This kind of gold differential, it's really just pocket change. One good fight and a Baron, and all of a sudden you're even gold, right? So it really just comes down to execution. Which team gets the vision control, gets the combo, they have the position that they want to be in, right? We saw Big Duck, they're behind in gold, yet they single-handedly won that fight at the Dragon Pit just because they had vision control, they played around what their composition wants to do, and all of a sudden they're winning fights. And I think which team does that better is going to be the team that either extends their lead or regains the lead, depending on who you're talking about. And Mundo may just fall here.
Starflare used, but you're going to see that the big boy regeneration is coming out from top here. So, smart move by them to start retreating, because as much as it could have worked out in their favor, he's just way too tanky. Just the sadism is just too strong. Or, well, maximum doshes, which is basically sadism. But yeah, it's just really unfortunate there for him. So, I'd say unfortunate for the Volibear in that case.
Yep, and the main objective at this point is the Baron, although I don't think either team is solidly enough ahead that they can just go for it, if you know what I mean. It's really going to see, is someone going to slip up, right? Is Vagar going to step up too far mid? He's going to get picked out maybe by a bunch of ultimates. But it should be a pretty quiet game until this dragon fight, I believe, unless a mistake is made. And with that being said, it is a Cloud Soul, so I wouldn't be surprised if one of these teams tries to trade Baron for the dragon, if they can, right? I think that it really depends, right? I think at this point, I don't. In my mind, I'm conflicted, right? We see Kingpin has a 5k gold advantage, but I think that's misleading. I think that Big Duck are like their composition is a lot stronger than the gold lead would signify, and if Kingpin disrespects that, then they can get severely punished for it.
Wait, TDS and ZenU are going to game 5 with a reverse sweep. Oh no. That's actually really interesting. I'm sorry to sidetrack from our game that we're watching here,
No,
but I'm actually
I mean that's
interested
definitely
about that
hype.
now.
We may be going to a game 5 ourselves, depending on how Kingpin
Hey,
play
don't
this
curse us for
out.
that. Hey,
Although
don't. No,
not
no,
as
no, no,
nice
you
as a
said that.
reverse.
Don't do that. Don't do that. But anyways, again, speed teasing. So we do see that wards are getting cleared out. So even though they had some good vision here, definitely having to make a decision as to how are they going to get this pry out. Kale does have TP. So Kale could come over. Hook is going to go on Leona. Really isn't doing much other than just be like, hey, I see you there. I'll go over there. So, they will spot out the volley there. Briefcase does come out.
I mean, Kale's top lane, yeah, with TP, but at this point, the Dragon's just gone. Um, I definitely think Big Duck they could have contested it, but it looks like they either didn't want to, they miscounted time, something happened. Oh, just gonna ult out of it. All right,
I think he could have turned around and went in maybe
maybe.
onto
The only problem with that
Caitlyn.
is your Kale is top lane, right? And I mean, forcing the TP out of move build, sure, why not?
Excuse me. Yeah, you're already backing. Excuse me. Um, and now you're probably gonna head mid or bot, push that out, and then force someone else to come down there. So Zorfire did come out, but did not land onto Spunyan because of the fact that he did use the net very well.
I don't necessarily disagree with Big Duck's play. I think their goal is our Kale level 14, right? We get Kale to level 16, and all of a sudden our power spikes even further, right? Like we can win 5k gold behind. Imagine how hard we win when our 16 won 5k gold behind, right? So unless Kale dies here. Okay. Um, Overall, I mean, Kale level
That could be
16
the case.
is pretty big, especially when she's get to get her 2-item power spike. Um, and with that being said, Baron still up. I don't think either team is going to be able to go for it. I mean, vision on it for both teams, so any vision clearing will be suspect by the other team, and they'll surely check just to double check. Overall, the game's been pretty slow, I would say, for the past like 5-10 minutes. Just because these teams are even. I mean, I say even, but like just because I believe in power level, despite the gold differential, they're actually pretty even. And I mean, they're playing like it, right? If you're 5k ahead with a different team comp, Kingpin are playing this game completely differently, right? They're forcing Baron, they're forcing fights all over the place. But I think they know that Big Duck are they are I don't know what the word for it is actually, but with that being said, Big Duck are going for this Baron, and there's no vision on it from Kingpin. They had the scuttle crab, and it despawned. So now they're just Baron. They see kill bot lane. They don't suspect a thing. They're not even looking. I think I would suspect once you see this mid wave hit the turret, I would think, oh gosh, they're on Baron. But that's just going to be a free Baron for the side of Big Duck. Well played, honestly. And that's going to narrow the gold lead even further. Now it's only about 3k. And with this dragon coming up, 1 minute 50 seconds, they're in even more neutral position. Kale level 15, almost at the level 16 power spike. Probably going to be able to hit level 16 by the time the dragon spawns.
What's up, Cam? Right now we are in a 2-1. Big Duck is up. And even though they are down right now in gold, like we've talked about, you have a Baron on them. They still have 2 dragons. They're pushing really well right now. So most likely will go into their favor as long as they can secure this 3rd drag here. You do have Kale at level 15. So this means in that next level, it's going to go pretty ham. So definitely be interesting to see the next team fight when she's there. But yeah, I don't know. Do we get to 16 now? Let me see. Let me see how. Oh, we're gonna get 16. She's like almost there. She's at like 95%.
Oh,
She just
yeah.
needs like
She's
one wave.
She's gonna take wrapped wolves and probably get it. But you know, dragons up in 30 seconds. If the wolves don't get it, probably not gonna have it. Is it enough? No, it's not. Oh, poor Kale. She's gonna have to grab some of that mid wave. But with 15 seconds left, that means the initiative is in Kingpin. They have the scuttle. Well, not for long, but they had the scuttle. They're gonna have vision control. They're gonna have presence in the river first, but Mundo is behind, although he does have TP. Kale has the level 16.
Yep, we got the dive coming in with this Force Bullet time being used right now. Fire's going to fall down in this process. We have Spuddy trying to kite back here as much as possible, uses the flash and the net. Is getting some good headshot and auto attacks on there, but the Divine Judgment is going to be used right now. We're going to have Kale, who's already level 16 now, just shred through this Amumu. And we're going to see that Caitlyn does fall with the aggressive 2 tanks coming out from Big Duck. So we are going to see this 3rd Drake here go over to them. So they will be on now. So point.
And the 3rd dragon sold point over to Big Duck. I mean, I think that fight pretty much demonstrated my point, right? Like, they're still technically behind in gold, but their composition just doesn't. It's just they're stronger with less gold, if that makes sense. And especially with the Kale hitting level 16 right at the critical mass, they are just.
Well, you know, when you just
Malphite,
shatter
how
with
many
your sky-
times?
Yeah, like when you just shatter with the dark matter, and then you know, like you said, the point and click primordial burst just coming out. Yeah. What did you expect? Like kind of a thing. I mean, the other aspect is like also the same thing of, it's Malphite, very low econ. He's got items.
Yeah. Exactly.
He ain't really there other than to just use Unstoppable Force when he needs to, and push out lanes. So he pushed out as far as he could, overcommitted a little too much, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Exactly. Yeah. That sort of that was the phrasing I was looking for but couldn't think of. Low econ, right? You have the Malphite and you have the MF, which are both low econ champions that even if you're behind a little bit behind, you can have such a big impact just by existing, right? Getting a well placed unstoppable force or a perfectly angled bullet time, you can do more than your opponent that is more fed than you are, right? Quote unquote, more fed. So add on to that, you have a Kale that's been CSing pretty radically and has the items, right? You're just more impactful than this Vagar is, just because you have the sustained damage that and Mundo may be in trouble here. Oh, it didn't land.
No,
That's huge. He was
It
dead.
didn't land. Well, not necessarily. If it landed, he did his passive, so it would have popped. Because the Make It Rain doesn't really trigger anything. It's not hard CC. It's just the slope. So, but the Zenith Blade, because it is traveling and everything like there, with the stun that would have followed up, that would have procced it. So, a little unfortunate there. But guys, oh. You had Dark Matter come out really hard there on a Kale, but Kale is healing back up in the process, so she's okay. I am casting, but you know what? I can eat in between times. As we see there, you're going on to MF there, and yeah, unfortunately, just overcommitted a little too far with that. But look at this Malfoy just beefing down right now onto this Caitlyn. Chief just showing why. And Malphite's really strong right now.
Oh, minion saved the day.
Hey, you know what? That's fine. It happens. Oh, but he's getting flanked right now by King. King puts down the box. Is it going to hit him? Banishless goes wide. Circles the hook. But, you know what? It's
No, the hook!
I think just nerfs. Because they know that this is their last game, potentially. So, if they can try to keep this goal lead and maybe actually turn it into something else more so, I think that will help them out. But you already have fishing at level 17. Already hit that level 16 spike, just only going to get better. It has 3 items. It still hasn't died, too. We haven't even talked about it.
Yeah.
He still hasn't died.
Yeah, and
it's crazy.
500 gold bounty, and you know, worth noting, this gold lane is pretty much completely nullified. And by that, I mean Big Duck are really ahead because, you know, just the inverse of what was happening before. Them being even is huge for their team comp. And with this dragon coming up in 40 seconds, yeah, like Baron is up. I don't know about claiming the Cloud Soul. I feel like you just want the Baron to end the game because now Kingpin get the Baron, and they're forcing you to react to them. The question is, can you get there in time? I think they get it. The question is, do they win the fight? Malphite is here.
Does use a teleport is
veil.
being used right now. There is Zanya's being used right now on the Vigar. Vigar does take out the Malphite there in the process. 2 are going to fall between MF and Volibear there. So yeah, Volibear is going to get a double kill. And so is MF. So Window is the only one alive. And that's, I think, perfectly fine because he can't really like super stall out. He can keep chunking her with the bone saw, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah. And you know, having a kill means you just have some of the best wave clear in the game. I think level 16 KO, level 18 KO now. Oh my gosh. Anyway, she's just gonna go for this inhib. She's gonna take it. Mundo can't stop her. I'm pretty sure she just kills Mundo if he tries. Yeah.
Right.
You can't do that, Mundo.
Out,
you
yeah,
you are not fed enough to do that. And that's going to be mid turret as well. I think Mundo should have just stayed mid, kept the Baron on the minion wave, but he's going to actually lose both in this case. And the Dragon Soul claimed as well for the side of Big Duck. That's pretty big. I mean, it's not the biggest, I would say, soul, but it's good for Kale, it's good for Malphite, it's good for Volibear. Less so for it works for Misfortune and Leona, but I think the other 3 are heavily beneficial, I would say, because they could use the movement speed to play more aggressive, to anti-kite better.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I was left the chat. Yeah, I love this comment. What are the grade school cafeterias happening here? I mean, you know what? Here's what's happening. Unfortunately, it shows that this team here coming out from Big Duck is, I just say, unfortunate, but it's fortunate for them because they are able to get the 4 drakes here, which is the permanent buff compared to Baron, which is only a temporary buff. You get Malphite even more cooldown as well, and everyone else. Okay, Stuns coming out right now on the Xer. We got TP coming in. Xenoblade is being used. We got outside, of course, onto Spinion and Top. We do see Thresh does fall down here this time. Bullet time is being used. You have Storm Bringer coming in, and Spinion is just doing a lot of damage. But now we have Flash coming in on the backside here. He uses the Divine Judgment onto Prevail. Prevail is going to be able to stay alive, and between the 2 of them, they're able to take the ace onto Kingpin. So it's a little sad for Kingpin here. We're going to see that inhibitor goes down. They'll have 2 down. They're going to go for the push here at this point. And I think this is a GG. I don't know about you. Oh, yeah. It is a big GG. This means Big Duck Entourage Druids are going to the finals.
Yep, and congratulations to them. Fortunately, Kingpin, they started off strong, but they were not able to finish up in the end. And Big Duck, they just ended up scaling in this game. I think looking at the damage charts, Kale, a lot less damage than I actually expected. Misfortune absolutely shredded. Um, and it's kind of interesting, right? Looking at these damage charts, the outcome of the game is not what you would expect, and that's what we were seeing, right? The gold lead throughout the entire game was towards Kingpin, but they were just playing for their strength. They're playing for their Malphite engage, the misfortune bullet time, and in the end, they were able to wombo combo the fight. They were able to get the objectives, and overall, they just were able to secure the victory.
Yeah, they were able to get that victory going, and we do see here the Vigor did put out most damage. So as much as we're saying the Kale was good with scaling and everything, yeah, he just traded and did really good there. And pretty easy when you have Primordial Burst and the Dark Matter landing primary most of the time on the champion if they're in the big cage. So little unfortunate that couldn't really carry them through their fights and everything there. Because again, you have low econ champion coming in from the Malphite there, doing the Unhelpful Force all the time as much as possible. You had Zenith Blade with the Solar Flare, going in all the time. And yeah, and Bear doing bear things. So I mean, it was a really good series. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of
Yeah,
roller
the
coaster
gold,
back and forth at times.
Yeah,
Where, like the first game, we're like, okay,
absolutely.
who's winning? Like, because it was like,
Yeah.
it's kind
And
of
I
hard
think
to
the best
decide.
part, the best
Yeah,
part is both of the teams staying on the same side through the whole series. That's never happened before, ever in any of my casts. First time,
I have
and
seen it
it
only
felt like
twice.
a story. Blue versus red. Who will win?
Oh god, now you're bringing me back to Halo, man.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, when you say that, just blue versus red, man. Oh no, but um, still, like you said, it's crazy to kind of think that no one switched sides. They all just want to stay on the same side, which is fine. Um, obviously, priority is the way that you want it and everything, but stuff they give my hat to Kingpin there. I mean, they still did a good effort, did a really good job trying to come back and do well against Big Duck Entourage here. And you know what? Unfortunately, like I said, just Big Duck was able to come out with a win for the series, and just maybe we'll see them next year, or not next year, but well, I guess it would be next year because that's what next split will be. But anyways, next semester, with different things for Kingpin. Honestly, good team. I like it. They performed well. And in these games, it wasn't like, oh my god, like there was like a full on stomp. It's like, okay, they could come back a little bit, or they were doing well, and then like we talked about, like what's that basically what was it? I said it was the second or third game. I said it was basically Kingpin's game to lose because he had like a really good comp. I think it was the second game, wasn't it? Or was it the third game? I don't remember when I said that.
I don't. I think seconds, but I'm not positive.
I think it was second because they had the better
Yeah,
comp in the second one coming out from Big Duck. But
I
that's what you
think
can
so.
look at is like, yep. Who do we got? We Sure. I am ready for interviewing Prevail when he's ready. There you go.
How's it going, guys?
Prevail, man. This is a good game series. Glad you guys got the win.
Oh yeah, man, we're so excited. Had a lot to had a lot to play for, honestly.
Oh, of course, I know. Just with recent events, I want to extend my condolences to you guys and everything. And this win obviously was for him, so it's definitely great to see you guys getting in the finals. You'll be on that big stage and everything, and again, you guys performed well. I guess my first question is kind of What was the thought process of kind of just switching around with like the different ACs? You were playing Aphelios twice, and then you got MF in there, and what
MF
was
again.
the priority in those?
So I mean, typically I like to, especially more recently, I like to play hyperscaling champions like Jinx and Aphelios. And so that was the thought process behind the Aphelios because my Aphelios is decent. Um, but going into it, we knew how much of a priority pick MF was to Kingpin, and
Mhm.
so going forward, we were like, okay, I can play MF as well, so we could always take it from them if we didn't want to ban it. If we wanted to ban something else that was giving us an issue, we always had that to fall back on, which is why you saw game 3 to game 4 it switch up and I start playing the MF is because okay, they have other threats that we need to address and that they have champions that we don't want them to play on. And so in turn giving us the MF and taking it away from them just opened us up to a lot more opportunities.
Exactly, because then now you don't use it as a ban, you can just take it away from them.
Exactly.
And because obviously they have to pick a priority at some point. Like, do they prioritize jungler? Do they prioritize like soul laner? Do they do the ADC? And I think they learned at that point they're like, okay, well, we don't want to give up a moo because if we don't take MF now, then you get the curse of the sad bullet time, and that's just
Yeah, that's
really
not fun.
unfortunate. It's not fun. It's always fun to cast, but it's never fun to cast.
Yep.
So, um,
Exactly.
but you guys had good stuff. Your fellows, the first game was still good. Even though unfortunately, just weren't able to come out with a win. I was talking about it, I was like, obviously if someone's picking this, they're comfortable with it. Because he's in like that like weird spot right now where like he's not like super good, but he's also not super bad. Obviously, it's the kit being used in the right hands, which
Absolutely.
clearly you did well with.
Absolutely. Yeah. Felios's kit is very intricate. There's a lot of things that you have to know and a lot of ways that you can manipulate his weapons to actually put out as much damage. And it takes a lot of games to actually get to that point, which was the hardest part.
Yeah, I've played a couple games of Aphelios top, and I can definitely agree that Aphelios's kit is not, I would say, easy. Especially, I've heard, there's really long YouTube videos on how to get the right gun combinations, and I just, it's above my head as a mere top laner.
Yeah. Yeah. Felios's kit is, it's really difficult to actually understand. And once you can get a grasp of it, then you can actually begin to pop off. But everything prior to that is, it's really hard to learn. And it definitely has a huge learning curve in order to actually play effectively.
And another thing I wanted to ask is I noticed a dramatic shift, right? Once you guys picked up this MF, suddenly your whole draft composition sort of shifted over this sort of wombo combo strategy around the bullet time. And once you started to do that, I think the wins came a lot easier. So have you guys been practicing, this sort of wombo combo with the MF, or did it just come naturally to you guys?
Well, with the four of us being Fishing, Tem, myself, and Kale in the top lane, we built a lot of synergy as the weeks went on. Once Kale finally joined us, and then once Swag came in, his champion pool just perfectly fit right into what we wanted to do as a team, which made it a lot easier to draft these comps, especially because I'm sure all of the games that you guys cast is just wombo combos, and that seems to be the meta for IBS. It's just how many times can you knock the other person up and do more damage?
Yeah, I mean, usually what happens is it's either wombo combo front to back, or the sort of global ultimate comp that Kingpin ran with the first time. And I think the main thing when drafting you got to look at with the ease of execution, right? When you have something like the global ultimates or the wombo combo, it's it's low risk, high reward, right? If you get Malphite ult into Leona ult into bullet time, it kind of just plays itself, right? As long as you have the positioning and the mechanics to get there by itself. That's actually what happened in game 3, right? We on the casters deck, we thought you guys were going to lose that game because we saw the Nunu pick, and we really didn't like the Nunu pick, just because theoretically, right, the ganks should have been horrible, but it managed to work out. So props to you guys on making that new work and ultimately winning that game.
Swag's an animal. That's all I gotta say about that.
Yeah,
he's
true, true.
he's so good, man. Love having that guy on my team.
Yeah, I mean these games were great. I mean, just in general, like I mean, there's boys was kind of going back and forth. It's like we even talked about last one. It's like you guys had like the better comp, but even though you're down, you still got the Kale to the 16, and even when she was 18, she's still doing just this massive damage and is able to kind of help protect, you and a
Mhm.
team fight especially. And then now it's like, okay, now you get your free damage off. She gets her free damage off. Now you guys are just murking through everyone, and it's one of those things that again that um, you guys did well with because you did draft around the bullet time, and that's fine. I mean, sometimes that's how the better rolls. Like in some of the leagues, some of it is just again just the style that you guys want to play, and obviously if that's what they want to play, well then why let them have it? But take it away from them,
Absolutely.
and like what you guys were doing. So I think that was smart in that aspect, and I guess I'm gonna do probably two more questions, and then
Okay.
we'll be good. One,
I
unless you have any more, I should ask you that, Wizard. Do you have any
I
more?
got I got one more before you go. I just want to get a quick
But
inside scoop on this blue side versus red side rivalry.
oh
Was
god,
what was there some strategic element, or was it just sort of for the memes that you guys were staying on the same side the whole time?
I have no idea. A lot of the time, especially as the series went on, it came down to Kingpin. I mean, obviously they're gonna take red side. Um, but as for us, like picking blue side again, game two, I don't really know exactly why. Um, yeah, I
I
mean,
guess it just comes down to
yeah,
comfort level.
yeah,
And
absolutely,
hey, it
and
worked. So we got a nice little as Gigatron said, we had a nice little Halo battle, red versus blue. Um, it was definitely interesting to watch.
it was really fun to play. We kept talking about it in the pregame lobbies every single time how much fun this series has been so far. I mean, much love
Yeah.
to everybody on Kingpin. They're great people and really good players too.
oh yeah, I mean, you guys, both teams are really good. But my next two is basically just going to be, um, so how are you guys looking forward towards finals? I mean, you're going to be going up, I guess, a really good team too, and I am curious to hear your thoughts on what you're thinking.
You know, Going into playoffs, especially with the loss that we had, we just kept telling ourselves, we take it game by game. No matter what, at the end of the day, any series can turn around just based off of one team fight. you know?
Right.
And I think our team has very strong mentals. And even if we go down, game one or game two, something along those lines, we always remind ourselves like, okay, we can still do this. And I think every single one of us are going with a chip on our shoulder because we know how bad Vinny wanted this, and all we wanted to do was, get a championship with Vinny, and with him gone, it sucks, but the only thing that we can do is carry on his legacy and do exactly what he wanted us to do and what he knew that we could do.
Exactly. And again, my condolences for your guys' loss. Vinny obviously has been around, our league for a long time, and um, I hope you guys are all doing well and handling that the best that you can. But yeah, I really hope you guys do win it. It'd be great, especially for him and his legacy. He was leaving behind and everything. And my last question is: do you got any shots?
Any shout outs? Oh man, here I got a shout out fishing, man. I would shout out Vinny if he was here because Vinny was the original one to take a chance on me. This is only my second split in an amateur league. And so Vinny took a shot on me, but fishing also did as well. And especially Swag. I mean, that guy. I didn't have a lot of accolades going into it, and a lot of people looked at me as like, okay, sometimes he's good, sometimes he's bad, but going into it, I knew that I had a lot to prove, and um, I can't thank Fishing and Swag and Vinny and everybody on my team enough for trusting it as much in me as Vinny did initially. I love my team, man.
Yeah, I mean, you guys work a lot together. You work well. Even like you said, you guys mental. Seems like it's strong, especially after you guys lost the first game and you guys came back and won the next three. I mean, hey, it just shows that again, you could have bed fights or anything, and then just that one misplay turns into your favor, and then you're able to pretty much capitalize on it. So again, I just want to say congrats to you and your team. Um, and you guys are in the finals, which is great. I would love to cast it next week, but I don't think I'm going to be. So uh, I will definitely be watching and cheering you guys on.
I appreciate that. Thank you guys so much.
Yep. Good luck in the finals. Thank you for this banger of a series. Hopefully, the finals will be just as fun to cast and watch and play. And once again, best of luck. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you guys so much.
You're welcome. Alrighty. Well, it has been a banger of a series, guys. I appreciate everyone that stayed around for this interview. And again, shout out to uh, Big Duck Entourage, Druids. And again, I hope you guys do well in finals here. And I thank everyone for coming out. We do have obviously more playoff games this weekend. We do have Saturday, Sunday, and I believe Monday this week. I know we
Yeah, I don't know. I don't hear him. But with that being said, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming out tonight. We'll catch you this
didn't have.
weekend.
Believe all of
Oh,
them are starting
okay.
at 7. Oh, weird. Hello. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you cut out for a bit. I
Yeah.
just
No,
got you back.
oh, sorry about that. Yeah. No, it just was just saying. Hey, we have a bunch of games coming up this weekend, so just stay tuned. They'll be around. The 8 Eastern time, 7 Central time, and obviously whatever your respective zone is for those times and everything with that. But we should have games, each night this weekend. So, and of course, happy Halloween to everyone ahead of that. And we'll see you guys next week.